Good morning and welcome to our first post-pandemic CWC, as we fondly call it, Crack the Wellness Code event. We are so happy and glad to have this event in person, and we've a lot of things planned up for today. I am Soumya, I'm the host of the day, along with...
My name is Kevin, and I'll also be one of the hosts today. We're incredibly excited to be here. Our goal is to offer something unique for everybody in this tightly packed event. So CWC is a community-driven wellness movement that started 4 years ago here in the San Francisco Bay Area, with global footprints and a highly active chapter in India.
Yes, and we had been vigilant and slightly reduced the indoor hours and the participant, capacity today because, just taking extra wellness precaution here, but follow our health safety instructions, which is laid out, and I would also request anybody who wants to wear a mask to please go ahead and do it. And we have masks kept in the registration booth area, along with sanitizers and everything, and also a disclaimer that whatever event today happens does not establish any doctor-patient relationship. Any discussion during the event would be of a general nature, and we do not provide any healthcare or health solution, but offer a platform for awareness. So I would also like to thank our sponsors, Evolco, Bot Laboratory, and MAPI, and also want to let you guys know that while you're entering, I'm sure you would have seen all those stalls. We have bought 12 stalls at the lobby. Stanford Care, Evolco, Bot Laboratory,
SV Imaging, Columbia Asthma and Allergy, and the Mohanji Foundation,
South Asian Heart Center, Hume Center, Maitrey,
and Hospice Palliative Care,
Tal and Mohanji Foundation as well. So you can find of all these organization details in our CWC digital marketplace that can be accessed through the Kushi app. And all the speaker details can be at www.annualmeet.mycwd.org. I am so sorry, www.annualmeet.mycwc.org.
In addition to being on the website, all of you should have downloaded the CWC Kushi app. If not, please go to your app store and get that downloaded. It has lots of really great information about wellness and all the events that CWC puts on, including lots of really great, concise information about the events that will be going on here today. It also contains surveys for everyone to fill out after they attend each of our programs. So please, we encourage you all, and we'll be reminding you to download the CWC Kushi app.
Yeah, and to say it in one word, it's your wellness companion.
Definitely.
So we'll talk more about the app, and a lot of things are planned up for the day. So get ready for a beautiful wellness journey.
So the first thing that we're going to do to get started with our day is to boost our wellness this morning through some calming music and meditation to reflect on the turbulent times that we've experienced behind us.
Yeah, so we have ace musicians, aspiring youths, and international yoga master presenting before you. And we begin this event with a beautiful video of a unique instrument called Jaltarang. I'm not sure how many people have heard about it, but to put it in short, it's the music of waves in water. So yeah, here you go, presenting to you an international leader, Milind Tulankar, Jaltarang player.
That was truly very tranquil and peaceful and very calming, and I'm glad that we were all able to experience that to start off our day today. So now that we've listened to some lovely music, let's start by continuing our event today with Dr. Sachin, who will be doing a sitting meditation with two talented sisters who will follow along with harp and keyboard.
All right, so good morning, everyone. So we'll start with a simple body consciousness technique, and we thought that will be a good start for the day. So now, most of the time, we see that our bodies are built for movement, and our minds are built for the stillness. Now, in the current lifestyle, it happens the opposite, so that the bodies are sitting in the chair and the minds are spinning 1,000 miles per hour. So, so the goal is to find some moments during the day to just bring our mind back into our bodies. So we will just bring the left palm to the chest, and then the right to the belly. So let's correct our posture. So get comfortable in the chair. And then spine straight. So we pull the tailbone forward, relax the shoulders, chin parallel to the ground. Now take a deep breath. You can create a focus somewhere straight at your eye level, and then gently close your eyes. Now, we will just connect with our body head to toe. So let's relax our toes. Let's relax our heels. Let's relax our back and the spine. Let's relax our palms, wrists, elbows, and then the shoulders. Correct our chin, making it parallel to the ground. And then let's start tuning in our breath. Now we'll notice that we are breathing just in and out. So our goal will be to create a pause. So we breathe in and then pause. We breathe out and then pause. So now As we get into the pause, that triggers the parasympathetic response, the triggering of the calmness. If our mind becomes active, we slowly calm it down with the pause into the breath. Now there is a mechanism of action and rest. So the belly is moving with the palm, but the chest is still. And then we just flow with the breath. So we breathe in and then pause. We breathe out and then pause. Now for some, the breath still might be into the chest, and it just takes a couple of moments for it to normalize. We'll add one more dimension to the same. So as we breathe in, we pause. As we breathe out, we pause. Now as we breathe in, we push the belly out and then pause. As we breathe out, suck the belly in, pushing the diaphragm upward, and then rest before we start with the new breath. Beautiful. So we will hold it in the same way. And then our musicians are going to play beautiful music for a few moments to continue for us to stay into the same field of calmness. So just stay still, eyes closed, and just enjoy the beautiful music which helps us to stay in the moment in our bodies. Feel the deep connection with the space where you are in, also with other people who are connected with the same thought, and the beautiful vibrations of the music to bring us into the peaceful, tranquil state and in poise. Beautiful. Thank you, Solange and Dan. So, now take a deep breath. So rubbing the palms together. Just starting with the top of the head to the face, connect with the body, to the chest, in the back, and then all the way to our toes. One more time, we rub the palms, and then we'll do a humming, covering the eyes with the middle three fingers, pinkies on the chin, thumbs plugging the ears. As we breathe in and we breathe out, we hum 3 times. So take a deep breath, again rubbing the palms, passing them through the whole of the body one more time. Gently make eye contact to the ground, and then very gradually open the eyes. So how you feel? Very good. So I will just end this with a small story I made up, is that man from Silicon Valley went to God and he said, I have everything I need, but patience. I don't have the patience, so please give it to me now. So that now is not give it to me immediately, but that now is this moment. And when we cherish the moment, everything transforms for us. And that's why we thought this will be a good beginning to start with now and in the moment, and hopefully we'll enjoy every moment of this conference, a lot to cherish, and give a big hand to our beautiful musicians, and thank you again.
Thank you so much to Dr. Sachin for that really great meditation exercise. I'm sure we're all feeling very refreshed and relaxed.
And I just felt like I was in a magical wonderland with that music going on as well. Just imagine starting every day so whimsical, right? It's going to have so much of more energy for us to run through the day. And without further talking, we're going to continue this beautiful magical journey with other 2 beautiful sisters going to play the harp.
So without further ado, please welcome to the stage Anastasia and Zahara.
Big round of applause, please. Thank you. Wasn't that magical? Give a big round, one more round of applause for the two beautiful sisters. So from the backstage, I was just looking at her fingers. It was just, it was just flowing across the piano. It is just so tiny, it is in the key size. But it was flowing across the piano. So yeah, and a big round of applause to all the musicians.
Yes, definitely. We'd like to especially thank Dan and Solange who joined Sachin earlier today, Dr. Sachin earlier today, and we'd also love to give a big hand once again for our two talented youth musicians, Zahara and Anastasia. So thank you all to our musicians.
Exactly. So I know that we all want to continue this musical journey and just keep dreaming, but we're going to go into the next section of our wellness program, which is equally super interesting. So
CWC offers an innovative and dynamic ecosystem with content, resources, and services to help the community crack their own wellness code. Now, Soumya, the wellness landscape has changed so much during the pandemic. How do you think we can find the new code?
You know what? I have been waiting and I'm actually discovering what's the new code. And are you also discovering the new code of pandemic? Like, there's so many things going on. So yes, so that mystery is going to be solved by Dr. Pankaj Vij, who will be quizzing 4 other CWC doctor patrons who are specialists in diabetes, heart, asthma, allergy, and pulmonary diseases. And then he turns to youth affairs. So please give a big round of applause and welcome Dr. Vij onto the stage, please.
Hello. Thank you. Good morning, CWC. Welcome. How's everybody doing? I would have said, let's come on closer, but in the current conditions, maybe it's okay to be spread out a little bit, and we have some empty chairs, so you can spread out a little more if you want. Because in spite of what the president says, the pandemic is not over. And it won't be over for a while. So we're setting up the stage, and I'm supposed to fill some time. How's it going back there?
No, I'm very interested to know about the code. So what is that you're going to tell us? Can I have, a quick brief of what's going to happen?
Well, we'll find out. Let's hear from the experts, right? We have to see what everybody thinks. We have 4 experts in the back, and they all have different views on how our lives have changed, right? We all know that our lives have changed in many ways. And in a lot of ways, they've actually changed for the better, right? How many people think that COVID-19 was a blessing in disguise? It was certainly an opportunity to recalibrate our own priorities and think about what's important, what's not important, how we can connect with people. I know I reconnected with many people with whom I was not in touch for a long time, and figured out that I can actually stay connected even at a distance, even if we don't have to physically move. Unnecessary travel was eliminated, right? There were less cars on the road, there was less smog, there was less pollution. You could see the mountains, you could see the Taj Mahal apparently was a lot more white, right? So a lot of good things happened out of it. And technology, we all learned how to use technology, how we could learn new things, connect with people all over the world, and much, much more. Ways to exercise, ways to do your exercise classes, yoga, Zumba, whatever it is.
Of course, yeah. And I found out one talent of mine that I actually had was cooking. I have cooked so much, I can't even imagine that I can actually cook so many dishes. So that is one talent which, COVID-19 helped me realize that I have in me. Anybody cooked like me? 24 hours? Yeah? Great. Big round of applause for us.
All right, so I'm getting the thumbs up sign. So without further ado, let's open the curtain and see who our panelists are. Let's give them a round of applause. We have Dr. Sam Suri joining us. He has 30 years of experience as one of the busiest cardiologists in the Bay Area and has graced us with his presence. Trained at the Cleveland Clinic, so we got some of the finest talent here. We have Dr. Sanjeev Jain, who's an allergy and asthma specialist, and I'm especially interested in his views because what was the one word that everybody was thinking about during the pandemic? Immunity. Immunity, right? How do I build my immunity? How do I stay alive? And yes, somebody said lungs. That's true too, because people are dying from lung disease. And so we'll hear about that from Dr. Jain, who's trained at Yale and a very fine allergist and immunologist. We have Dr. Archana Bindra, our very own, one of our first patrons, one of our past presidents of APIO. She's an endocrinologist. She's an expert in obesity, diabetes, prediabetes, treats the whole gamut of metabolic diseases. And we know that who were the people that died from COVID the most? The people died in the pandemic were the ones with metabolic diseases. And last but not the least, we have Dr. Navneet Singh, who's a pediatrician. He's a pediatrician with over 20 years experience, trained right here in the Bay Area at Stanford, and he's been working at the Palo Alto Medical Foundation for 20 years. He's married, and he told me to be sure to mention that he has children of his own, so he has expertise in taking care of kids.
Awesome. So I think we at CWC are indeed very fortunate to have dedicated doctors and devote their time, expertise, and wisdom. I'm sure this session is going to have a lot of things, take-home points for all of you. So if you have any questions, do let the volunteers know out there, so they'll give you the mic and you'll be able to ask them as well. Okay, so let's get started.
Thank you, Soumya. So the format will be, we'll ask some questions, we'll go around this panel, we'll have a conversation, and then, time permitting, we'll open it up to the audience for questions, but not specific questions about your specific health condition, but more general questions about how you might crack your own wellness code and take it to the next level. So should we kick it off? Sure. Awesome. So we'll start off with the general question about the pandemic, and what was your wellness routine during COVID, or maybe how did your life change during that time, and what you've done to maintain your own wellness through COVID and now?
Okay, great. I get the question.
Sure.
Okay, great. Good morning. I don't know if you guys can hear me or see me, so I thought I'd come up. I'm Sam Suri. First thing, I got up this morning, and I was thinking, and I said, you know what, most of us can be without masks, not officially, not in hospitals, not in certain locations, maybe not the grocery store, but in general, you can be with or without a mask, which is nice. And the other thing I wanted to kind of point out that I realized after taking my 5th shot about a week ago, that it isn't so bad getting a shot because you basically can stay out of the hospital or unfortunately even die if you've got 2, 3, 4, 5 shots. So I encourage everybody to take shots. Going back to the pandemic itself, I think that it was kind of like gloom and doom, right, for everybody, and it was for me as well. But last night, we were at this function where I saw an 85-year-old group of people of our origin, mostly Indian origin or South Asian origin, dancing away. And I'm like thinking to myself, you know what? They went through this, they're alive, they're doing well, and they're healthy. And then I said to myself, maybe someday we'll be there if we do the right things. So I think basically looking at what happened during the pandemic and what's happening now is like we want to absolutely start getting back into our regular lives. It's very difficult because it's just mindset that has sort of changed and we're cautious about everything. At this time, I feel, start doing your things, start doing your regular activities, go out, do everything you can, and enjoy your life. And that's what it's all about. That's what I'm doing. And I think keep smiling, keep laughing, have fun. Take care. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Archana, you want to add something to that?
Sure. I'm an endocrinologist, and we are about 5 people at home. So myself, my husband, my son, and my mother-in-law and my brother-in-law live with us. I think my husband and our practices were continuing. He's a physician as well, and he was able to work from home. I'm with El Camino and didn't have that ability as much to work from home. They wanted us in the office. So when the pandemic actually started, I had gone with my son for his driving test. He was 17 at that time, and he was already in a panic mode that he didn't have a license and so forth. Well, something happened, and they decided to close it, and he didn't get a license, which for us was a blessing. And he was actually at home, and actually, for people who were teenagers, it was the nicest thing ever. He was at home, he was studying, we didn't have to worry about him. And his mental health was actually fantastic. He did really well, probably better than what he was doing in school. As practice, my life didn't change very much. I went to work every day. The freeways were amazing. There were 4 cars on it, pretty much. But so from that perspective, everything was great. But what I did see was my patients. So being an endocrinologist, I see patients with diabetes who are on anywhere from 100 to 1,000 units of insulin. And when everything shut down, there was no insulin available for many of these patients. There was a line. We got minimum of 50 phone calls a day for the first couple of weeks. There was a line outside our office where they would come in to pick up samples of insulin until we were all out. But I think there was a lot of fright for those people. So, and so much of anxiety. So people's life, I think the diabetic life was really difficult. People were scared because, as Pankaj mentioned, Dr. Vij mentioned, that diabetes was a very big leading cause of death, especially with COVID. And people were frightened to come out. We were in the office seeing patients initially. El Camino didn't have the ability to have Zoom as fast as the others. Maybe like Sutter and Kaiser. So we were pretty much seeing patients, and it was kind of worrisome to have me and another person in a room, although we were maintaining our 6-foot distance and so forth, but it was worrisome. But time went on, things got better, we started doing more of telemedicine and so forth, and I think it did improve. I think I'm going to stop here and let someone else take over.
I can go ahead and speak next. So as Pankaj said, I'm a pediatrician, and I appreciate the opportunity to be involved in this conference. I think one of the main things that we're talking about at the conference today is the importance of addressing not just your physical health, but your mental health, and how those two things are very intertwined. So I think in terms of going into the pandemic, I would say in terms of my mental health, it was a really tough time being a general pediatrician, being a frontline healthcare worker, especially before I got my first shot. It was pretty scary. There was a lot of unknowns. We were seeing patients that, potentially had COVID. I was worried about getting infected myself, but also coming home and infecting my wife and kids. So I think from a mental health perspective, it was a pretty tough time. That being said, I think as you were saying at the beginning, Pankaj, from a physical health standpoint, I actually think I was probably in like the best shape of my life during the pandemic. Because during the pandemic, I really got a chance to focus. I think a lot of us thought about our priorities. So I really got a chance to focus on exercise. I used to be active in yoga. I used to be active in going to a gym. I was not able to do either of those things, but like a lot of other people, we built up our home gym. And I started doing yoga through Zoom. I started doing a lot of stuff just in my home gym. There were some videos that I found to be able to exercise. So I think, from a health standpoint, there was actually a silver lining in terms of the pandemic and actually being able to do a lot of exercise, which was great. I think, specifically another thing that was a positive during the pandemic was in terms of my nutrition also, because I'm a foodie and I do love going out to eat, but during the pandemic we stopped going out to eat. So, I think good for my stomach, good for my wallet, that we were not eating out as much. So I think that was another positive. Just in terms of, I think my experience as a pediatrician, kind of wanted to speak to that. I think it's been very interesting going through the pandemic as a pediatrician. I'm sure you guys have heard on the news that there's been a huge increase in terms of mental health issues for kids. This has been a really tough time for kids to navigate because it's important to think about things developmentally, and developmentally, especially for our teenagers, they're at a stage in life where social interactions are really important. What their peers think of them is really important. So you take that all away, from kids when they're in shelter in place and doing on-home learning. So it's really tough for teenagers to not be able to go to school, meet kids, talk to kids. Of course, it was really tough for our youth to not be able to do sports. So one of the things that I noticed in my practice was that a lot of kids actually had an increase in their BMI during the pandemic because they were sitting at home, they weren't able to play sports, had ready access to snacks, they were snacking a lot more. A lot of us eat not only when we're hungry, but for other reasons, like if we're bored or stressed. So I think there was pretty significant impact, on my teenage population, both mentally and physically, going through the pandemic. And some of those things are starting to reverse. I've seen kids coming into clinic for their checkups now, and their BMI went this way, and now it's going back this way as they're getting back to being able to do sports and those kinds of things. And then I think for the younger population, we do think a lot about what the teenagers went through during the pandemic, but again, as a pediatrician, I'm always thinking about things developmentally, and developmentally, especially for the really young kids, like 0 to age 3, I think the pandemic was tough on them as well because they didn't have the same kind of opportunities that kids before them had. They were not able to go to daycare, they were not able to go to preschool, they didn't get the same, chances to interact with other kids and play with other kids, which is so important for young kids. So from that perspective, I'm starting to see more cases of kids who have stranger anxiety and some social anxiety and differences like that. So I think it'll be interesting to see kind of how this bears out over a period of time, but definitely some impacts that I'm seeing on the pediatric population.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone, for this wonderful session. I just wanted to give my perspective on life during COVID. In my practice, one of the biggest change that happened right away was we stopped seeing most patients in our office and had to transition to telemedicine right away. And that's a transition that we were hoping and planning to do for a long time because there's no reason for patients to be coming to our office to have a consultation when that can be done remotely. But COVID just really accelerated that whole process very quickly. And then as others have mentioned, there were some positive aspects to this time period. So, for example, we were empty nesters, and suddenly our kids came back from college because the colleges closed down. And so that gave us an opportunity to spend more time together. And the other thing that I want to emphasize is that before that, we have very busy, hectic life, and COVID just allowed us to just slow down a little bit, be more mindful of everything we were doing, and also just focus on what's important in life, and then also allowed us to spend more time as a family. As others have mentioned, stopped going to restaurants as much, ate home-cooked food, which is definitely a lot healthier, and also overall health improved as well, just because we were eating healthier and had more time to exercise, more time to do other things in life, and get a better perspective on life. So overall, I would say our experience was not as bad as many other people experienced during COVID time. Financially, of course, it's a very stressful time for a lot of people, and medical practices were not immune to that, especially if we're not, frontline medical practice, and so it had a significant financial impact for our practice, but we somehow survived, and we're more resilient now than we used to be.
Thank you. So as I'm listening to you guys, I think one question that's coming in my mind, and I'm sure a lot of people in the audience are thinking, maybe COVID is dying down, it's certainly not over, and even if it is, it's not the last pandemic, right? So what can we do to protect ourselves from getting sick, either from this variant of COVID-19 or whatever next wave is coming after this, maybe not monkeypox, but whatever the next pandemic is. What can we all do to protect ourselves and equip ourselves to be safer?
I'll take that. So the first thing I want to say is actually I had a different experience during COVID, and I think that some of the cardiology colleagues who are here, if there are, I see a couple of vascular docs and cardiologists here. So unfortunately, our situation was a little bit different because there was increase in hospital burden and hospitalizations of people with really strange cardiovascular type diseases, and we were overburdened by that. However, we were able to handle things that were acute emergencies, although there was delay in care overall. I'm going to tell a patient, you're having chest pain, you know what, see me next week, and guess what, life is going to be good. No, that doesn't work that way. You have to see them right now, this minute, they better show up. And that's what we sort of were practicing even during the pandemic, and that's what I am practicing today. So I don't do a lot of telehealth. I'm very different from some of my colleagues who actually did a lot of telehealth during the COVID episode. One question I want to ask all of you, and Pankaj eloquently asked this, what about what's happening in this environment now? Well, the answer is very simple. It's a reset. Basically, you have to reset your lives and start thinking about what you're going to do when the next epidemic or pandemic occurs, because it's unlikely that we're going to have a ton of pandemics, but it's likely that we're going to have a lot of epidemics, or endemics, I should say. That should be the right word. Because we've all been inoculated with that batch of COVID-19 prodigies. Lastly, I want to ask everybody here who hasn't taken a flu shot. First of all, I want to ask you, how many of you plan to take flu shots, or how many of you have had flu shots? Okay, that's great, because flu vaccines also reduce inflammatory disease in the heart. And studies have shown that you can have less heart disease and less heart attacks if you've taken the flu shot. Just a point to make, from my point of view, because you reduce inflammation. As far as looking at perspective going forward in terms of clinical care and in general about things, like I said before, do outdoor activity, get into groups safely as you can. When you're in very tight groups, wear a mask going forward. That's kind of a reset. When it's in closed environments like this, you should, preferably if you have risk associated or comorbidities associated, which include cardiovascular, diabetes in particular, hypertension, or you're on multiple medications, or you have asthma, chronic asthma, things like that. Make sure you mask up in type of closed environments because there is transmission no matter what. So that's the second point. And then the last point I want to make on this is basically start becoming more active again, because we did become very inactive during the entire pandemic. So that's what I have to convey at this point going forward. Thank you.
I just wanted to touch on that as well, and wanted to piggyback in terms of the plug for the flu vaccine. So one of the main reasons I went into pediatrics is because there's so much good preventative medicine in pediatrics. We're talking a lot today about developing good skills in terms of prevention, trying to prevent getting bad illnesses. And immunizations are one of the most amazing ways that we can all prevent ourselves from getting really, really sick. It's amazing to me that we've been able to wipe out things like smallpox, and luckily in the US we hardly ever see things like polio and measles that we see in other countries. And did want to just, again, make a plug for the flu vaccine. There is a special version of the flu vaccine. I know there's a lot of seniors here for people that are 65 and older, so just make sure that when you get the flu vaccine, if you are 65 and older, that you ask for that special kind of higher dose of flu vaccine. I think this has been a very interesting year in terms of primary care because you probably noticed, Pankaj, too, that we've been seeing a lot of cases of flu a lot earlier than we normally do. So normally flu is like a December, January, February type thing. This year I've been seeing cases of flu in July, August, September, so it's out there already. I think a lot of people forget that people die of flu every year, so definitely a good idea to get the flu vaccine. And then I just think it's amazing that we're so lucky that we had such smart scientists as soon as this pandemic started coming out who worked on developing these amazing vaccines that have kept literally like millions of people from dying. So I think, again, just a plug for getting the booster dose if you can as well, as long as it's been at least 2 months, you're eligible to get the booster dose that protects you against some of the variants that are circulating right now. So I'd highly encourage everybody to do that. And then the third point I wanted to make is just to spread positive information. As a pediatrician, I have a lot of parents, because the vaccine is available now for kids that are 6 months and older, and I have a lot of parents asking me really good questions about, is the COVID vaccine safe for my kid? Absolutely it is. We know there's a lot of transmission from kids to adults. So for everybody in the audience, I think, just to get educated and informed on the safety, the efficacy of these vaccines, and to spread that good information to people that we know.
I echo what the two physicians said regarding vaccines and so forth, so I'm not going to repeat it again. Our practices were very heavy on telemedicine, and it's interesting that we've had continuous glucose monitoring sensors for the last 15 years, but of course we could never do it in a tele form until there's a pandemic. So it takes a pandemic to change medicine. That's kind of sad. We've had several companies that have come out with monitoring sensors. Abbott has come out with Freestyle, which I'm sure all of you have seen on TV as advertisements. They're very, very popular. And they have changed the way we have managed diabetes. They've actually kept people out of the hospital. We've had tons and tons of people on these sensors during the pandemic. I think they even offered some kind of specials so that people get on it more easily. What it does is it monitors your sugars continuously with the help of a little reader or with your phone. And if you use your phone, we could actually transmit all the data to our offices. We could download it and talk to you and look at all your numbers. And we would get 24 hours of data for 2 weeks, which is a lot of data. And it marvelously has changed how people look at their sugars themselves, how they're able to calibrate their medications, how interested they got into themselves about their health. They were able to say, oh, I drank this juice and look what happened. I went out, I had a pizza today and see what happened, whereas they never had that before. It gives you an immediate picture of how your day is going. And I think it has changed a lot of people's lives. I did a kind of an interesting poll after the pandemic. Asked a few patients, like young patients and a few older ones, what was the thing that they would change? And the young ones were, we're happy we lost weight, we've changed all of that, so we're going to continue our diet, etc. The older ones, it was an 85-year-old who said, well, I'm going to learn how to use the computer, and I'm going to get a good Wi-Fi. And I thought that was a very cute statement, because a lot of people had a lot of trouble getting onto Wi-Fi, getting good service, and being able to do these visits. A lot of them needed help from their family members to get online and so forth. Privacy was a big issue with a lot of my patients, because they live in a one-bedroom apartment. They didn't want to share their glucose numbers with their spouses, significant other, with their children, etc. There was one man who would do all his visits, sorry to say, from the bathroom. But we had a lot of these kind of circumstances. The nice thing was that you could actually walk into their kitchen and open their cupboards with them and take out all the food that was bad and kind of throw it out. There was a man who went through every cabinet and sort of took out, I've been eating chips and I've been eating this, and we threw out everything. So that was actually kind of nice as well, because we could never see how they lived at home on their own. So that was a nice experience. So some people did really well, but the ones who were at home, we've had two extremes. But that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Archana, just a quick question for you on the devices. I love the Freestyle. I think it's great in practice, and I thought that those who are not familiar with it, maybe you can just elaborate a little bit more. But also, what do you think about the implantable sensionic devices that are going to be available for diabetes, just like we have loop recorders? Any sense of that, if that's
Well, we
out in
haven't
the
seen a
market?
lot of them out lately, but I'm sure anything that gives us a continuous glucose monitoring would be very, very helpful. The other companies that do a lot of this is Dexcom. They have it on the tummy, which is a little bit more hidden as compared to the arm, but it's also very robust and everything. The insulin pumps, they have continuous loop. It's like a closed loop system. So we have a diabetes track in the afternoon where we're going to talk all about diabetes and all about the sensors. So please stay on, try and attend it. It'll be very informative. We have someone from Abbott here who has a booth outside, and she has a wealth of information as well. So thank you very much.
Yeah, so Dr. Vijay asked, how do we protect ourselves from future pandemics and epidemics? And the thing is, before COVID, the previous pandemic was the Spanish flu, and that was 100 years ago. And so the question becomes, are we safe for the next 100 years? And the answer is absolutely not. The next pandemic will probably happen much sooner than that. And the reason is just the amount of travel that there is. Even the Spanish flu would not have spread as much as it did if it wasn't because of World War I, when all the soldiers were traveling all over the world. And so with the amount of travel we have, it's only a matter of time before another pandemic hits us. And so how do we protect ourselves? The most important thing is, of course, keeping yourself as healthy as you can, maintain good immune system, and for that, good nutrition is important, reduce stress is important, diet and exercise and all the healthy practices that we will be discussing later today, they're all. But the other thing we have to recognize is that we have a very advanced medical and scientific community, and to me it's remarkable how quickly a new vaccine got developed for COVID and how the scientific community learned so much about this virus so quickly. And so that makes me very optimistic that the future pandemics can be dealt with just even better than this COVID pandemic. And I think to some extent, the bigger challenge we face is just educating the population and ensuring that everybody is doing what's best for their health. And so here too, I think meetings like this is very, very important. But I just want to emphasize again, the CDC, NIH, they're the envy of the world, they're the best of the best, and the collaboration between government and pharma that happened in development of COVID vaccine, to me, that is one of the greatest achievements of mankind, and we need to celebrate that.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I know that one of our panelists, Dr. Suri, has an emergency, has to leave soon, so we'll go with one more round of questions, and then we'll let Dr. Suri go, so maybe he can answer this. And the question is, if I'm an audience member, what type of diet should I be eating, or what supplements should I be taking, or how much exercise do I need to do to stay healthy and fit and not get sick with the next pandemic?
So I'll give you what's recommended, and I'll give you my perspective. So there's two different things, and I'm going to keep it really short to 30 seconds. Exercise as much as you can, but the guidelines are, as you know, they're very low. The bar is really low. 30 minutes a day, 5 days a week. That's all the AHA requests. That's American Heart Association. I think that's inadequate. I think it's food dependent and it's activity dependent. In other words, it's not one size fits all. So I think if somebody should be a combination of low carb, okay, low carb, low carb, low carb. And again, there are percentages that some of my eloquent colleagues can kind of talk about. And they are cardiometabolic experts and metabolic experts, so I'm not going to get into the details of the low carbs. But I can tell you nuts should be included in your diet. Nuts should be included in your diet. Walnuts are better. than most other nuts, I would say. Number 2 would be almonds. And then any other kinds of nuts. Fruit should be in your diet, for sure. That helps with roughage. That's important. But if you're diabetic, you've got to be careful. There are certain fruits that you cannot you're not encouraged to, like grapes in particular. And then, as far as, a lot depends if people are vegetarian or non-vegetarian, so there's got to be some form of protein in your diet, and that protein has to be adequate protein to keep your body going. And then you should always focus on your weight loss, and you should have a weight loss plan, and that weight loss plan is a combination of your metabolism and your body's metabolism and your total number of calories. The caloric content is also dependent on age and your level of activity. So if you are basically consuming 3,000 calories a day, but you're not exercising at all, then it's useless. On the other hand, if you're consuming only 1,200 calories a day and you're exercising 20,000 steps, you're going to basically lose weight. So you have to have that balance, but the average is around 1,800 calorie diet, and then whether it's diabetic or non-diabetic, that you have to kind of plan. Thank you.
So, and talking
Archana,
in
before,
relation to...
let's give a big round of applause to Dr. Suri. He has to run. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So talking in relation to what Dr. Suri just mentioned about diet and so forth. Diet, of course, is a mainstay. With diabetes, low carbohydrates becomes a big factor. You generally want to decrease your carbs to about 30 to 35 grams for every meal. So it's about 100 total in the day. Intermittent fasting, of course, helps a lot. They say that a lot of the food consumed in the evening generally goes to your fat cells, gets immediately stored. So stopping your diet sometime after 6 p.m. is very helpful. Starting as late in the morning is as helpful. Most diets are focused on decreased caloric consumption. So it's of course important what you consume in your diet, like you mentioned, the nuts and the fruits, etc. Fruits for diabetes can be a big problem. Most of them raise your sugars. The ones that have better glycemic index are the ones with, which are sort of crunchy, as we say. So most of the berries are helpful. Strawberry, blackberries, blueberries. So any kind of berry is a little bit better. There was just one thing I wanted to add. A few people asked me here today about that juice outside. It has kale and apple and something else, orange or something.
It has orange juice. Apple, kale, orange juice.
Yes.
Yes.
So that juice sounds very healthy, but if you're diabetic, I'm not sure that it would be a good thing for you. I also recommended to one of them that you put nutrition facts on these kind of juices outside so people can see what they're consuming. And so they would make an intelligent choice for themselves. As far as exercise, yes, that's the recommendation is 30 minutes a day for 5 days a week, which is kind of very little. I usually tell my patients that you could double it if you're, healthy enough to do it. 300 minutes a week would be fine. If you can do even more, the better. But I think bone strengthening exercises, taking care of fall risks becomes even more important. I see a lot of patients with osteoporosis, osteopenia in my clinics, and every week we see patients, older patients who have had falls and fractures. They say that you can only do as well as you walk. So if you can't walk anymore and if you keep falling, then, you have a greater risk, then that puts you at increased risk for everything else. Because once you cannot walk, essentially you have no cardiometabolic health. So in fact, bone health and arthritis is probably the most important that we need to take care of. Because if you can't do that, you can't take care of anything. There's no diabetes that's managed with it. There's no heart health that's managed with it. Nothing. So if you haven't got a bone density, and if you're older than 50 or in a menopausal range, then this is the time to go and get it. I think bone health is extremely important. Calcium, vitamin D in your diet, sunlight is very, very important. We see lots of patients with osteoporosis, and I think that would be a very, very important topic for a future conference. I don't think I have anything else to say. I'm going to stop here.
I guess, again, being a pediatrician, I can kind of talk about this from a pediatric standpoint. Again, I know there's mainly adults here, but we all have kids in our lives. So, of course, one of the most common questions I get from parents is regarding their kids who are picky eaters. My kids are pretty picky eaters. So, I think there's a concern that, kids are not getting the kind of nutrition that they need in order to be able to adequately support their immune system. We know that certain vitamins like vitamin C and vitamin D do help in terms of your body's immune response. Zinc also helps as well. I think there were some interesting studies that were done during the pandemic that showed that people that had a lower vitamin D level actually tended to fare worse from COVID than people that had adequate vitamin D levels. You're aware of that too, Pankaj?
So what's the dose, or are they getting it from food, vitamin C, vitamin D?
Right, so my recommendation to parents is always that our bodies are designed to get things from natural sources, so that's the ideal, but again, with kids, that's not always possible. So, I do tell parents that in cases like this, it might be a good idea to just go ahead and give a supplement every day to make sure that your kids are getting all the different vitamins and minerals that they need, but ideally, it's good to get from natural sources. Kids usually exercise, not a problem. Kids are running around and playing all the time, so we need to be more like kids.
To add to that, vitamin D in adults should be above 30. In order to get above 30 in your system, you need about 50,000 a week, so about 200,000 a month in order to just fill the cup. Once it's full, then you can take maybe 1,000 or 2,000 international units a day, along with calcium.
So regarding immune health, the recommendation we have actually is that for vitamin D, it's good to get the levels measured on a regular basis. A value of 30 or higher is considered adequate for bone health, but for immune health now, the more recent recommendation is to keep that value between 50 to 80. So for immune health, the amount of vitamin D required may be a little higher. In addition, we do emphasize the role of vitamin C, vitamin B12, vitamin E, magnesium, calcium, all those nutritional or I should say nutrients are very important, and so the best way to get that is, of course, through a healthy diet, but if supplementation is needed, it's better than not getting it.
Thank you. So one of the reasons that we started Crack the Wellness Code in 2018 was to create a health promotion platform to educate, inspire, and make an impact by providing the right information. And during the pandemic, we saw so much misinformation, whether it was related to vaccines, and I heard somebody ask me if Bill Gates is implanting microchips in everyone through the vaccine and they'll be tracking us and we'll all drop dead in 5 years, to people clanging plates and bowls in India, and they're saying that we're going to drive Corona away by saying no Corona, clanging the plates, and there were people, my friends were showing off that we eat so much haldi, and so look at us, it's not even coming close to us. Is it the ginger in the diet? Is it Dabur Chawanprash? Is it Baba Ramdev's latest powder that he's peddling? So how did you deal with that? Were you getting those questions, and how did you stand up and speak the truth? And how do we amplify our voices of truth against all this nonsense, which seems to be a lot louder?
I mean, again, I think for me, one of the main questions I got, and this is a very valid question, is regarding immunizations. From the day that our kids are born, our main goal as parents is to keep our kids healthy and safe, and we always want to do what's right by our kids. And I think it's scary to think about giving a vaccine to a young child that's never been given to kids before. So I think a lot of my role as a pediatrician was just to reassure parents that the vaccines had gone through very appropriate clinical trials. In fact, for the 6-month to 5-year age range, the vaccine was about to be released, and then they actually pulled it back and said, no, we need to do more studies. And so I like to cite that to parents. And as Pankaj said, I'm not only a doctor, I'm a dad. So one of the things I always bring into my exam room is, I'm always going to treat your kids like I would treat my kids. My kids got these vaccines.
I think being a specialist, my practice was kind of slightly immune to some of these questions, but did have a lot of questions regarding diabetes and whether to take the vaccine or not. And it was, of course, absolutely they should. We've had a few that didn't want to take it for whatever kind of reasons, but I think everybody with diabetes and any other kind of immunocompromised condition should be taking the vaccine.
Dr. Jain, how many more vaccines? We're already looking at booster number 5. Is this going to be like 50,000 more to come, or what's the plan?
Most likely, COVID will not.
You're good.
Mic is lost, mic is lost.
Is this on?
Hello. Yeah. That's where we have to understand the biology of the virus. And so, for example, flu vaccine we're getting every year, and there's a reason for that. Flu vaccine has these so-called jumping genes which just allow it to mutate very quickly, and it does mutate pretty much every year. So we have a different type of flu virus coming out every year. When it comes to COVID, it doesn't have the same capability of mutation. So early on, when it's a new virus, it's going to settle down. And one thing that one has to recognize about parasite-host relationship, that it's not in the best interest of the parasite to kill the host. And so ultimately, these viruses, if they're going to survive, they sort of learn to not cause damage. And that's sort of what we're seeing as the virus is mutating, that it's becoming less lethal as the early strains were. And so the expectation is that, things will settle down after a while, and most people will develop immunity, and ultimately it will just become one more respiratory virus, like there are, several other coronaviruses out there. And so what we expect is, coronavirus isn't going away anytime soon. It's going to be around for a long, long time, but it most likely will not be that lethal as time goes on, and most likely we won't keep requiring vaccine after vaccine every year. That would be my expectation, but of course we don't know what could happen. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Awesome, how about a round of applause for our panelists? So we're being told we're going to wrap it up. We'll just take a minute to summarize the learnings so we can make sure that at least we got something out of it. Can we just shout out sort of what you heard these experts say? How do you stay well? How do you continue to crack the wellness code? Exercise, at least 30 minutes a day, 5 days a week, ideally more, right? That was diet. What about diet? Managing your diet is the most important part. A lot of people said we were cooking at home, we were not eating outside, because when you eat outside, you get what? You get SOS, salt, oil, sugar added to the food. When you're making it at home, you know what went in it, what kind of oil you use, how much salt you added, how much sugar is in there, what are the ingredients, right? Archana said they should write ingredients on that green juice. It looks really green and healthy, but maybe if I'm diabetic, it's not that good for my sugars. It's going to make me need more insulin. So know what you're eating. Get outside, exercise, sunlight. What else did we hear? Get vaccinated. We heard over and over again the vaccines are safe, they're tested. Go get the flu shot, go get boosted if you haven't gotten boosted. These vaccines have saved lives. If you look at the mortality graphs, ever since the vaccines came, the mortality dropped, plummeted down. People were dying. Over 1 million people died before the vaccines came. Once we started getting vaccinated, people stopped dying. So diet, exercise, get vaccinated. Some supplements, vitamin D, it sounds like you can't get it from food. So go get your vitamin D tested. Several of these experts said your level should be at least 30. I would go with 50 or 60. And if it's low, you need to boost that up. 1,000 to 2,000 units is not going to be enough for that. You need more. So talk to Dr. Bindra about that.
Do we have a question over there? Do we have a...
Watch your weight, right. So who were the people that died? The people that were getting on ventilators and using higher and higher pressure on the ventilators, because essentially the ventilator is like a bicycle pump. You're trying to inflate the tire. But if your bike is really heavy, you need a lot of pressure on that pump. So if you're overweight or obese, lose weight. That correlates with just about every cause of death, including COVID. Sleep well.
B12.
B12, okay, yes, check your B12. Also sleep well.
Yes.
And manage stress better, right? Laugh, we have a laughter yoga session coming out. Connect with other people. We heard that from Dr. Singh several times. Connection, social connection, getting out safely, connecting with other people, feeling supported, having friends is probably the most important thing, more important than a lot of this other stuff. Meditation, number one. Manage your stress, meditate, connect with your breath. We had a beautiful breathing session in the beginning, and I used the Calm app. How many people use Calm or Headspace? Okay, so we should see a lot more hands next time. These are fantastic apps. You can get your meditation done in 7 to 10 minutes in the morning as soon as you wake up. Insight Timer is a really good one as well. Insight Timer, Headspace, Calm, these are fantastic. 10% Happier is another one. Okay, anything else? Yes? Spend time with the grandchildren. Spend time with the grandchildren. If you have grandchildren, spend time with them.
Wake up the child inside you, right?
Join CWC, absolutely, so you can connect with like-minded people here. Fantastic. Well, thanks again. Thank you to our panelists. Thanks for attending.
I think this surely was an amazing session because I think a lot of puzzle pieces were put together. You know, we had a lot of puzzle pieces in mind. Oh, should we do this? Should we do that? And we were just following the Dr. Google instead of actually following our doctors. So today, I think all the puzzle pieces are put together. So it was really a good session. So moving forward, you know, we would like to take this opportunity to invite our partners to speak about their organization and their collaboration with CWC. And please give a big round of applause for Dr. Anupama Gotimukla, who's a past president of API, and as well as Ashish Mathur, ED, South Asian Heart Center. Okay.
Yeah, so we'd love to welcome you onto the stage to talk about your organization, so please. Yeah. Yeah. And we have the mics ready here for you. Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, please. Yeah. We basically sanitize the mics we use, you know, of course, precautionary measures, so just give us a minute. Also, meanwhile, I just would like to tell you that we have amazing raffle prizes out there for this event. I'm sure all of you would be getting that, but, you know, for that, we'll have to, you know, do a small exercise. You just have to take your phone and download the Kushi app, as well as also let us know which track you will be attending after our lunch. And that is going to help you not win one, but a bag full of raffles. And I'm telling you, there are a lot of goodies in it, and I've already taken one. I just had downloaded the app and I showed them and I got a bag. So, you know, there are various ways to win the raffle, but so to start with, please download the Kushi app because it's, as I said, you know, your wellness companion. And yeah. Thank you, Dr. Anupama, for coming.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Anupama. I'm immediate past president of American Association of Physicians of Indian origin. which is the largest organization in the United States. We have more than 100,000 physicians practicing in the United States. That's a great, huge achievement for Indian doctors who came here past 50, 60, 70 years ago. And now I think 100 or 120,000 physicians are here, and every seventh or eighth patient is seen by a physician of Indian origin. So we are well connected to this country. In the rural areas as well, our physicians are practicing. I think I want to thank Dr. Pankaj Vij, Mr. Som Chatterjee, Mr. Naren Bakshiji, who I connected with last year. And when I had this thought that as a president of this association, what can we do to improve the health? So mine was a more preventive than disease cure. So what can we do to prevent health? So that's how I connected to CWC last year. And I want to thank all of you, what you have been doing for past many years. But there's a lot more to do. The awareness in the community, and awareness, first of all, in the physicians also should be there, how to manage your patients when they come up with all these diseases. So let us not focus only on curing the disease or treating the disease, but we need to work on the root cause of curing the disease or preventing a disease when they have a history, first of all, in the family. So a family history of diabetes. So what can I do to prevent getting diabetes within me? Of course, some genetics play a role, which we cannot help with. But by changing our habits, I think we can change our lifestyle, change our good lifestyle, I think, is all what we need. And I myself, a pediatric anesthesiologist, what does I have to do with this? But this motivation within me has made me change my specialty to go into lifestyle medicine so that I can serve more patients or serve the community. This is my future goal for next 5 years. So I have to take the boards, and I have to practice, and I have to do lot more to do. But I want to thank each of you coming here today. And this is the best platform I have seen where doctors communicate with the community. We are not talking to our patients here. We are communicating with you guys as a community. And as a community, you're here, but you can educate many more people around you, surrounding you. So this way, we have a community-based project where we can improve health among ourselves or within our communities. And also, you can spread this to your families in India. So we have seen India has king of diabetes, hypertension, coronary artery disease. When we went to India recently at a conference, the doctors there said, oh, we do medical tourism. We have this many patients come from different countries. We are #1 in medical tourism. I felt very sad. That's not where India should go. We should go on the preventive side. We should say this many people are healthy, not that this many people are unhealthy coming for these diseases to be cured in India. So I felt very sad, and my goal is not that way. My goal is this way, where prevention is better than cure. So thanks a lot for giving me this opportunity. I came to visit all of you from San Antonio, Texas. And from API, this is what I want to take the message and spread out to the rest of the physician community, that lifestyle medicine, lifestyle habits, how to change education to the patients, all emphasis has to be on the prevention. Thank you so much, and I wish you all a great day, and enjoy the rest of your day. And I want to introduce Dr. Sujit Poonam. He was a regional director of API, and every one of you know him here. He's a local here from Stockton, California, right? Yes.
Thank you, Anupama. So I was the regional director last year, and with Dr. Anupama Gotimukla, who was the president, and we came across Crack the Wellness Code, Dr. Wiz and Naren Bakshiji and Som and all. And we were really happy to have this association, and we are very glad that we started off with a partnership. We have done a couple of TV shows nationwide in America targeting Indian community, because as you know, heart disease is very rampant in Indians in general. And those two shows were very well received, and CWC was a partner with Global Health Summit that we did in Hyderabad in January, and also the API convention in San Antonio, Texas. And as you all know, maybe 33 decades or 4 decades ago, we wouldn't be talking about what we are talking now, about what diet to eat. It's supposed to be a very small problem, actually. But a lot of times, that's where we end up in, and CWC is trying to solve a small problem, but it's a very important problem. And API is very glad we associated, and we have a lot more things coming up in our Memorandum of Understanding, and we will address that point by point. And APIUSA.org is the website for API, as Dr. Gotirimukula said. It's the biggest physician organization. We do a lot of conventions, health fairs, sub-chapters do that, but CWC is doing a little bit more interface to the community, and I think that's what we like about it. If the doctors here, please take membership in API USA. The strength lies in membership as we do advocacy, and recently there was a bill passed in the Congress granting more research funds, and API has been involved with it. So we can do more things like that. So APIUSA.org, please take membership if you're not, if you're a physician. And I look forward to meeting you all, and thank you all. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much for being here and also always supporting CWC.
So CWC promotes.
Yeah.
Hello.
No.
Hello. Oh, sorry. So as you all know, CWC promotes mind-body wellness and holistic health. It focuses on evidence-based information combining the best of Eastern and Western practices, including therapies, preventative care, and other best practices. So right now, we'd like to start our next panel, which is going to be led by Dr. Ramchandra with 2 panelists. So we'd like to invite them up on stage now.
Yeah, and the mission of CWC is to educate, inspire, empower, and impact. For inspiration, health heroes play a very critical role. And one of the panelists, Raj Shah himself, is a health hero, and Sunit Randhawa. So please welcome the panelists and the CWC Dr. Patron onto the stage, please.
How's everybody doing? Need a break, or can we go on? Okay. So did you get your vitamins already? They didn't talk about water, though. Hydration is very important. Okay? So we meditated, we listened to music, we got sage advice from my esteemed colleagues, and you heard from our CWC partners. So let's just hope that our president was indeed correct, that the pandemic is actually over. I think we heard enough about the pandemic and how we muddled through all of this. Fortunately, we all survived. So if the pandemic is over, what's next? Can we get on with life? You got all the tips from my colleagues about what all we need to be doing and what next. So this segment was about resilience and endurance. And there was a heavy dose of resilience and endurance which enabled us to get through all of this. For 2.5 years, our lives were turned upside down. And it's time to sort of start connecting with nature again. So what we have today in our panel, with 2 gentlemen who connect with nature and who will take us through their journey in terms of... Yes, I do. I'm sorry, I'm not able to see the slides, but... Okay. So, if you want the dictionary explanation of endurance, it's the power to withstand pain or hardships, the ability or strength to continue despite fatigue, stress, or other adverse conditions. And we all did that, and we continue to need this on an ongoing basis. And when you talk about resilience, it's been classified many different ways, but most importantly, there's physical resilience, mental resilience, emotional resilience, and social resilience. And these are all the things that my colleagues touched upon earlier. And these were critical to get us through this, not just this pandemic, through anything in life. So this journey that my two esteemed panelists are going to be talking to about, and this essentially captures all of these things. We'll start off initially with a video that's inspirational as to what is possible. We get over all of these things, and we don't want to think only about the negatives of everything that's happened. We want to think positive and move on. And it just takes you to the level of human endurance and sets a new pathway that it is possible to get over this and move forward. Is there Dr. Taher's video on?
Hello, my name is Akhil Taher. I'm a doctor and I'm supposed to treat patients. Yet, I became a heart patient first at the age of 56, and then at 61 came the big blow, my bypass surgery. I had until then led a purposeless, materialistic life. Ironically, I really started living only after I underwent an open heart surgery in 2009. Well, why did I become a heart disease patient? Because like many, I believed that heart disease will not happen to me. So I made unhealthy lifestyle choices that led to my heart surgery. In 2009, my world was falling apart. Fortunately, I refused to give up on life and turned a setback into a comeback. Life isn't over after a heart disease, yet most of the harmful constituents that put our heart to risk, namely high cholesterol, blood pressure, diabetes, obesity, are mostly of our own making. Even as the seeds for heart problems are sown in childhood, with fatty streaks appearing at ages 8 to 10 that later surface as blockages or heart attacks in the 30s, 40s, and 50s, as it did in my case, and many others. I've had my fair share of chronic ailments in life, and I've also been a medical practitioner, so I can say with conviction that we create our unhealthy life. And as a wellness consumer, a research physician, a septuagenarian athlete, and a recovered bypass surgery patient, I can say with surety that not only can we prevent heart disease, but we can also reverse it to lead a long, healthy, and happy life. And I'm here to help you enjoy a heart-healthy life as long as you are prepared to embark on a healthy heart journey with me.
Well, Great. That was a great story. And what he probably didn't mention also was after his coronary bypass and recovering from all of this gentleman scaled Mount Kilimanjaro. Some of you might think it was reckless, but it just goes to show that it is possible when you make up your mind. So I have the privilege today of moderating the session with two extraordinary individuals who exemplify resilience and endurance. I'd like to invite them on the stage. Come on over. Sunil Randhawa is a software engineer in Amazon, and Mr. Raj Shah, who's an entrepreneur formerly from Google and Apple. And these two gentlemen also have had, I'll ask them to tell you about the stories. They're both hikers, bikers, and runners extraordinaire. And they've both been to Mount Kilimanjaro and Everest Base Camp. And one of them will talk to you about his experiences from a musculoskeletal problem that he endured and came through. And the other gentleman will talk to you about his metabolic issues and what it took to overcome all of this. So without further ado, let me have Sunil Randhawa make a brief presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Ram.
I'm going to watch it from downstairs.
Okay, sure. So, hello everyone. Yeah, I think it will be good if you guys can do it. So, I'm Sunit Randhawa, and I'm here to share a life lesson with you all. And I cannot see my screen, so I'm going to be having something on my phone here. So we can start with slide number 1. So the lesson of my life story is, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. I'm sure you must have heard about this, but that really applied to me. So I'm going to share what happened and how it applied. Next slide, please. So this is, I had a skiing tragedy in 2011, and I had a complete ACL tear. My doctor said, you have to get surgery done and in order for you to be active, in order for you to continue doing your activities. And I felt like I just started my life. I wanted to be active. I wanted to be on the slopes of the hills while skiing or doing other activities. I felt so low that I don't know what to do. But I did not give up. Next slide. Although surgery was one route, and there was not enough data on the internet or even with doctors that how would you fix it without the surgery? And I embarked over a plan. I had a bit of a self-confidence in myself. I had that feel like the body can self-heal if given in the right direction. You can overcome. And personally, I'm always scared of surgery, so I did not go in that direction. So I fixed with physical therapy, yoga, positivity, and discipline. And I'll go a little bit deeper how I did it. Next slide, please. So when I started that, I believed in one thing and one thing only. And Dr. Ram was also mentioning about that. That's the power of consistency. The power of consistency, once it starts bringing results, it just makes you more stronger and keep on doing what you're doing on a daily basis. So what I did in the power of consistency from this standpoint, I did 3 times a week muscle strengthening exercises, 15 to 30 minutes of yoga every day for stretching, 2 times a week running, walking, and biking. I know it sounds a lot, but I think we owe ourselves at least 1 hour. It happened to you as an accident, you always are fearful that can happen again. And that's important for you to overcome that fear also. And I overcame it with the going back to the skiing slopes, and with the fear, overcame the fear of falling again. Guess next slide. And this was right to make in October 2019. I climbed Everest Base Camp, and it was a great experience. And I'm motivating other folks also to go there. But the bottom line is, I was able to strengthen my muscles around my ACL tear to the level like I was actually stronger than before. So I did not even feel like I had any problem. Next slide, please. So I'm presuming the slide is around the numbers. And one thing led to the other. And I started loving outdoors, nature, and instead of walking, I started running, actually. You must have watched the movie Forrest Gump, and somebody asked, like, why did you start running? So I just started running. So that's what happened. I just started running, and the numbers kept on improving for me. As I was growing older, it was in an opposite way, like I would be slower, but no, I was getting faster. So I started participating in marathons. So in 2020, my half marathon's pace was 1 hour, 59 minutes, which was 9 minutes a mile. Then in 2021, last year, it was 8 minutes, 15 minutes a mile. 8 minutes, 15 seconds a mile. And then this year, just I participated in Save-a-thon. It was almost 8 minutes a mile. So that makes you wonder, like, you know, as you grow older, it's not like your muscles are getting weaker. You can become stronger. And you just have to have that consistency and discipline in you. And then, next slide, please. So I also participated this year in one of the toughest bike rides, wherein, you know, this was a century ride, 100 miler, 14,000 feet elevation gain. So basically, it's not, it's all your mental resilience. As you take a few challenges, you overcome those challenges, you want to do more, and sky is the limit. You don't have to stop on things. You can challenge yourself with more and more things, but you have to be careful also. It's not like blindly you're doing it. You know your body, and based on that, I'm going to quickly go over some of my key learnings, my life lessons. Finally, it's anyone. Join a group of like-minded people if you want that positivity among each other. So those are the things which I wanted to share with you all. Thank you very much. Next slide, please.
Great. That was an incredible story. Great story. Again, the goal is here not to make a mountain climber out of everybody, but it just gives you an idea as to what's possible. And you know, at CWC, we've always recognized people who've done extraordinary things, who've gone above and beyond the usual comfort level, and they're recognized as health heroes. And what Sunit just talked to you about was how many of you are Golden State Warrior fans? You know, Klay Thompson had the exact same injury and showed great resiliency in coming back and be able to do stuff. And that's the same injury that he was talking about, except that he didn't undergo any surgery, but managed to get over that and get back in shape and do everything that he's doing now. So the next person that I'm going to introduce on the panel is Raj Shah. And he had a different problem. It was not a personal physical trauma, but he was challenged with some metabolic issues. And he'll talk to us about how what he did to overcome that. Raj.
Thank you. Is it okay if I talk from here? I think I can go much faster if I can see my slides. All right. Thank you. So, a little bit about me. My body is 65 years old. Thank you. Exactly. I actually felt 65 earlier last year. Right now, I feel much younger. And I think there's a way to measure your real health. I think I am looking at some sites, and I'll do that test. Okay. I've been in and out of startups and large organizations. I've done Google Maps data, Microsoft Maps, and also helped Apple. Currently running a startup. Fairly active. I walk daily, I hike weekly, and I do a major hike once a year. Haven't done it in the pandemic years. I've been to Air Force Base Camp, Kilimanjaro. But the Kilimanjaro is considered the most difficult hike in the world, 19,600 feet, and it's hiking. Not climbing is you go higher, but without climbing shoes, etc. This is the highest you can do. Done Machu Picchu, Valley of the Flowers, Patagonia, Mont Blanc, etc. Okay. Now I bring that up because this is a session about endurance, and that's where I learned a lot about endurance. So yet, in spite of being this active, I found myself taking 13 meds for different things, and I'll go over that. So I made several lifestyle changes of February of last year, and the results were fantastic. Okay. Now let me start with what they are. So this is what I looked like January of last year. My overweight, not obese, BMI 26.7. But blood pressure was my major concern. One day I found having blood pressure of 165 over 100, and there were spikes of 195 over 110. That's really scared me. I was already taking 3 meds, went to my primary care. She added number 4, then number 5, and then she said, I don't know what to do, go to your cardiologist. I went to Dr. Molina. He added number 6, and then added number 7, and then he says, at this point, I have to take you to a nephrologist. I went to a nephrologist, and she said, if your artery going into your kidney is compromised, this can happen, so let's do an ultrasound. We did an ultrasound, and then she said, yeah, it's not that bad. So no, it's not bad enough for me to put a stent in that artery. But I have 3 more meds to try. That's why I said, what the hell is this? 7 meds, and you're still talking about trial and error? Okay. So I said, I have to look for some alternatives. Fortunately, I found out about somebody who was helping people get off of meds through lifestyle changes. But before that, let's go through other things. So diabetes has slowly progressed for me. I was at A1C of 7.3, was taking 3 metformins. Cholesterol was borderline high, and the doctors were asking me to start on statin. I have trigeminal neuralgia, which causes pain on your right side of the jaw, which is often misdiagnosed as TMJ. Had frequent issues with acid reflux and allergy, sleep apnea. I still enjoy sex, but I had to take ED medication. Now, with my lifestyle changes, here is the result. Just in about 3 months in March, my blood pressure started going down. I was down to 2 meds. Diabetes was fully reversed. I got a continuous glucose monitor, which I still have, that helped me figure out, how different foods were affecting my sugar. And A1C was already down to 5.7. Now, that was estimated because you have to wait 3 months before measuring your A1C, and actually it came out to 5.4, and it has still 5.4. Cholesterol, no meds, trigeminal neuralgia gone, not taken anything for acid reflux, not taken anything for allergy. Sleep apnea is probably better, but I'm waiting for a sleep test to confirm that, and don't need any ED medication either. So that's continuing. Now the question is, how did I do it? Okay. I joined a program called Make My Health, run by an IIT Kanpur alumni, Lalit Kapoor. And the philosophy is simple, and I think some of the speakers talked about this. The body is the best self-healing, self-regulating machine in the world. But you have to let it detox, and you have to give it good nutrients. Okay. So my changes are, for the detox part, you have to give your body organs rest. If you eat all the time, you're making the body work all the time. And primarily, anytime you eat, the body has to increase insulin. If the insulin levels stay high all the time, it causes all kinds of havoc in the body. So limiting eating to 8 hours a day or less was a big change. Sleep. Sleep is another way a body recuperates. And the second part is to, change what you eat. So I moved fully to plant-based whole food, which meant no animal products, no processed sugar, 0 or minimal oil. Stay active. We talked about 10,000 steps per day. Okay, that's minimum. Yoga and meditation, very important parts for your lifestyle changes. Okay. So I made all these changes. in terms of replenish the body with nutrients, increase consumption of vegetables and fruits, eat more vegetables, green juice, not smoothies. So the green juice that's out there, there's one thing I don't do, which is I don't put any fruits. It's because fruit should always be, as I understand, fruit should always be eaten, never, no fruit juices, okay? As was talked about earlier, always include berries in your fruits. Eat from all these 5 categories, vegetables, fruits, beans, legumes, grains, and nuts, and you eat equally from them in terms of calories, not by weight. So, nuts are extremely high in calories, so less amount of nuts, but always include them. But fruits and vegetables are low in calories, so you can have a lot more of that, and must have a lot more of them, okay? Herbs and spices are all very, very healthy, so include as many as you can. Variety is really, really the key. And in this kind of a program, there was no need for me to count on calories or carbs, okay? If you eat only 8 hours or less a day, it actually automatically controls your calories and carbs. Yeah. All right? Now, I did some advanced work also, wasn't required before I reversed my diseases, but I bring this up because of the question about endurance, which is advanced fasting. So, and fasting has tremendous benefits. It recycles and renews your cells. Dr. Yoshinori Oshimo was actually awarded Nobel Prize for his proof on benefits of fasting. So I do about a full day fast every other week. I do 2 to 3 days of fast every 3 to 4 months. And I do 8 days of water-only fast. And Dr. Goldhammer is here someplace. He runs this, we're going to hear from him later. He and his staff has helped us tremendously in a group of 15 or 16 of us, 8-day fast last year and this year. And we got, thank you very much for that. Okay, so, all right, great. So we talk about, okay, went too fast. Okay, endurance. Since this is a topic on endurance, the few things I learned to be able to sustain these changes. Number one is pole pole. This is Swahili for slowly, slowly, or dire dire. This is, while climbing Kilimanjaro, our coaches told us, don't go too fast. And in fact, I've learned this in many places. If you go at 100% of your capacity, you can only go so long. But if you sort of go down at 80 to 85% of your capacity, you can go much longer. In fact, my yoga teachers also tell me that. If you can stretch this much, go a little bit less, but stay there longer in that position. I've learned that to be true in many facets of life. Okay. The other part is, educate yourself. If you know why you're doing something, it's a lot easier to stay with it. Okay. A simple example. I tried intermittent fasting several years ago, but that time, I thought intermittent fasting was all about calorie control. Now, if you're doing that, in the morning, if you feel like a small cup of tea without a little bit of milk, then you will say, oh, that's just 25, 30 calories. That shouldn't affect my intermittent fasting. But what I understand now is that intermittent fasting is a way to maintain an environment of your body for low levels of insulin. Because high levels of insulin, if you eat all the time, insulin is high all the time, it creates a lot of havoc. But the way to reverse that is to have low levels of insulin for an extended period of time. So even if you eat just 50 calories, the body gets a signal that, hey, there is food coming. So it actually raises the insulin level. So that low insulin level flow is broken. So if you understand that, then it's easy to resist the temptation for a small amount of calories and maintain your fast. Okay. Be very clear about your purpose. So in my case, it wasn't about weight loss. It was really about reversing my chronic diseases. So when you have that, again, anytime there is a temptation to break what you're doing, reminding yourself of the purpose helps you. Now, in spite of all of this, you will fall off the wagon. You are human, okay? Be compassionate to yourself. Take a break. In my case, not just in this, in everything else, when this happens, I say, okay, I'm going to go to sleep, or go through the day. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to get back at it again. And that has worked for me. Yeah. Baby steps or giant steps. That really depends on you. There's two schools of thoughts. One is, if you make small number of changes, you may not see the benefits and you'll get discouraged. Another school of thought is, take a large number of steps, do a lot of things, and then you will see benefits. In my case, that's what happened to me. I made massive changes. Now, in each of the dimensions, you may take baby steps. For instance, going from eating all the time to eating only 8 hours a day. I didn't do it overnight. I went from, stopped eating late in the night, so it became 12 hours of fasting, then added 1 hour or half an hour every day. So it took me about 2 weeks to go from 12 hours of fasting to 16 hours of fasting per day. Support group, very important, and either create one, which what I did, I run 2 support groups, or join one, because you learn from others as to what motivates you, what motivates others, and really helps you stay on track. Okay, I think I'm done. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, big round of applause to both of our panelists. You've done a fantastic job. We're certainly open to having audience ask questions, but let me ask them a few questions. First of all, Raj, we can't argue with success. Congratulations on your remarkable achievement. The question to both of you is, you embarked on this journey, and did you keep your physicians involved in this process? Were they monitoring what was happening?
Do you want to go first?
Yes, that's definitely part of the journey. Your physician are like your mentor. At the same time, you have to listen to yourself also. As you have grown in India, especially when my parents used to give me advice, they used to always say that you can listen. Sorry, there is an echo. Yeah, you can listen to everyone, but do what your heart says. So yes, from that perspective, the physician was always involved.
Right.
Yeah, very involved. But the how I talk to the physicians kind of changed over time. Because what I learned is that, look, the physicians are, first of all, trained to, there's a procedure they have to follow. They have to cover their, so that, if they say, drop medicines and something happens, they're not sued. But once they knew how well I was monitoring everything, I was taking my blood pressure 4 times a day. I had a color-coded chart of when things were high, low. Then my nephrologist says, okay, given you are doing this, I'm comfortable working with you on reducing medication. And my questions to her were not, when can I drop all these medications? It was like, okay, I want to try reducing medications along with my blood pressure measurements. Give me the order in which I can reduce the medications. And then she was very willing to tell me, okay, try this, and we'll look at it, and if the blood pressure goes up, we're going to go back and increase the medication. So I tapered my medications very, very, very slowly. Now, my daughter is also a doctor, so of course she was resisting this as well. Metformin was very easy because I had a continuous glucose monitor, and I could show the doctors, look, my blood sugar levels are reducing, and they are down. That also, then we went very, very gradually. Trigeminal neuralgia, I was taking carbamazepine, which is actually is the same medication used for epilepsy. No, something similar. Yeah. So there it is dangerous to stop that very quickly. So very gradually. That took me about 4 months to reduce that medication. But yes, my doctors were totally involved. But my primary care physician said, look, it's our job to tell you what medications to take. It's a free country. You can do what you want. But I'll just document it that I advise the patient to do this. So yes, I exercised my free will, but kept them involved.
Great. Thank you for sharing the information. I'm sure, the points that he mentioned were mentioned earlier by others, and a lot of it is common knowledge, and most people know. The challenge that most people have is, how do you stay on track? How do you keep yourself from falling off the track?
I can take that.
Okay.
So, yeah, life throws curveball at you all the time, right? So if you have put like a discipline in yourself, like I want to do this thing 3 times a week or 4 times a week, yes, there would be parties coming in, there would be some other event coming in, but then whenever that thing happens and you find a gap, you have to quickly overcome that gap. If you let that gap go away for, let's say, 1 week, 2 weeks, you have to restart again. So restarting again brings more effort rather than continuing the effort. So I always believed in that, like, why to restart when you can just climb the next stair? So from the endurance perspective, like, if you want to improve your speed in walking, if you want to improve your speed in running or biking or whatever you want to do, you cannot just increase that taking 1 week break or 2 week break and then again back wearing your running shoes and then out there doing that thing. So your body is always built on a rhythm, and we know what the rhythm is all about. The rhythm of our beating of our heart, the rhythm of our breathing, the rhythm of the nature, like how the day begins, how the day ends. So the same thing, the discipline also is a rhythm, and if you have a gap, quickly come back. Don't let it prolong, and next time possibly do it a little bit more than that, so that you gain your confidence and continue your journey.
Right.
So three points I'd like to make. The first point is what I made earlier, but I'll repeat that. Support group is very, very helpful. And in my support group, I admit to people, look, I fell off the wagon. I stopped doing this, but I'm making a commitment to you as my friends and supporters to get back on. Okay. Number two, I recognize something about myself, which I call the first drink phenomena. Now, if you know of anybody who is a recovering alcoholic, they advise them, resist the first drink, because once you give into the first drink, the temptation for the second drink and the third drink are so much bigger that you won't be able to resist. I found the same thing about myself. If I feel like cheating, and I say, oh, my biggest weakness is late night cravings. We're watching a TV show or a game, I feel like snacking. Even if the snack, except that you're going to fall off the track, okay, and come back on. Now, now you talked about going to parties and all of that. So the mantra I have chosen for myself, and I advise with my study group, is that you make a decision about how many exceptions are you going to allow yourself. You want to enjoy life, and you want to enjoy certain things which are not part of your diet or your lifestyle. Okay, but decide once a month, once a week. Okay, but be clear about your first drink phenomena. For instance, it was my daughter's wedding end of June, and I gave myself a 1 week holiday. Now that 1 week holiday actually became 6 weeks. Okay, so I think you've got to be very aware of yourself as to what are your weaknesses and what works for you, what doesn't. But you can always come back. Okay, it's always come back.
I think Raj is also saying that keep the healthiest snacks closer to you, and the one which is like, the beef jerkies of the world, just keep it at the topmost shelf.
Yep, thank you.
As a vegan, he didn't want to hear that. So tell me, what was the most difficult part of your journey?
To convince myself and to convince my family, because I did not have enough data not to go the surgery route. My doctor always said, well, Sunit, you can go in that route, but I cannot guarantee you that you'll be able to run or even go back to doing skiing or biking, because there is a particular aspect of that muscle, that ligament, which is not there in your body now. So I would be very, very careful even you're walking. So hearing all that and just listening to my gut rather than the data points was the most difficult part of my journey. But then on a daily basis, when you see the improvement, again, the walking is such a wonderful feeling we have, and we sometimes take things for granted. But when I was on crutches, I felt like, oh my God, I wish I can walk again the same pace I was walking. I just need walking. So slowly, literally that baby steps improved it, but it was very hard to convince myself and family to go in that direction.
Great.
I think it's somewhat similar, but once I decided I was going to follow this program, go on a plant-based whole food diet, means vegan, my first question was, how was I going to convince my wife, who is doing majority of the cooking in the house? She's right here, okay? So I said, okay, I told her, I'm going to change this. I'm going to make these changes, but I don't expect you to change anything. I will figure out how to cook myself or do whatever I can. But thankfully, she agreed to also switch, and so it was easier. The second difficult part was, so what do we do when we go outside and meet friends? Okay, I don't want to impose my style on others. Because of COVID, actually somewhat easier because there wasn't that much socialization. But particularly in my phase where I was really, reversing all the diseases, I was very strict. So what I did was I basically took my own food with me to parties. Okay. Now, staying vegan is actually very easy. There's always in Indian food, there's always vegan part. Staying sugar-free and oil-free, very challenging. Okay. So right now, so that is still the most difficult part, but I just allow myself, few exceptions per month. But for large parties where I can't find, I take my own food. Okay.
Great. Any questions from the audience here?
Yes, there.
Sugar. I'm on a keto lifestyle, no sugar, minimal carbs, fasting, with incredible results just in 3 months. Now, the question for all the doctors here is keto lifestyle or keto diet sustainable for a human body? Basically, I'm reading some conflicting stories that human bodies are not designed to run on ketogenic state all the time. The long-term impact is just, I want to get some idea if there is, whether it's harmful.
I'll let the doctors go first and I'll give you my layman's view.
I think there is a session this afternoon where our endocrinologist will be there. She could probably deal with it in specific terms. There isn't enough published about it. I know the hope is that it's not one of the fads going around. There are pluses and minuses. If the end goal is reducing your weight or altering your metabolic status slightly, yes, it can be accomplished. But I don't think there's enough known about the long-term consequences of that. So that should be an interesting question for Dr. Benra to talk about this afternoon.
Okay, so here's a non-doctor's perspective, and I've researched this a lot.
Good.
And what I've come to this for myself is keto is great for short-term benefits. Keto is not sustainable. You deprive yourself of so much pleasure of eating food. It gives you a lot of variety. I do enjoy my food, and I'm fully satisfied when I'm eating. Okay, and the keto deprives yourself of a lot of nutritious stuff. So that's my view. Now, of course, we wait for the doctors, but I would say keto is great for a short-term weight loss. Long-term, no keto.
So on that, just a quick, okay, if you want to go ahead.
See, anything you do, if it is not sustainable, it will go away. I was also diabetic, just like him. I lost 90 pounds, but didn't do any keto. But it's not sustainable. How can you live your life like that? You cannot for a long time. So people, it's only 3 months. I'm talking about, so listen, that's what he said.
So the bottom line is, eat more, burn more.
Dr. Benra is here. Would you? Yes. Archana, do you have a comment on ketogenic diet?
Yes, a keto diet is excellent for the short term. Unfortunately, it's also very high in fat content. So from an atherogenic, atherosclerotic, coronary vessel approach, it may not be the best for long term. I think a plant-based diet or a Mediterranean diet, something which has more green leafy vegetables and so forth, would be a lot more healthier. That's the general opinion. Something that you can continue for years to come.
Just have a follow-up
Yeah.
There's a Health Hero session this afternoon. We can chat in more detail there.
I know we're strapped for time. Yeah, one last.
I'm an interventional cardiologist, actually. I'm Dr. Sujit.
Oh, really?
Poonam.
There you are.
So, very interesting story from Mr. Shaw, actually. I am completely surprised at, what you have achieved. And that was over a period of 3 months, you said?
3 months. Diabetes reversed in 3 months. But actually, I'll be careful. My A1C was good in 3 months. Does not mean the diabetes was reversed. I mean, you can take a lot of insulin. Your A1C numbers will be fantastic.
But
so I would say
never
6 months.
I've never seen somebody taking 5 different medications for blood pressure to going to 0 medications. So, I just want to make a comment here. So you're driving a car, 70 miles per hour is the speed limit, and you've been going 90 miles an hour on a regular basis. You were lucky, never got a speeding ticket. And one fine day, on an important event, you're going at 90 miles, you got a speeding ticket. And then the awareness set in. So I'm assuming that you're building companies, your schedule is like 24/7, 365 days a year. Even though you're not working, your brain is working.
Yes.
And the awareness that you got, but what is this? I'm taking 5 different medications and still my blood pressure is not getting controlled. So the jolt and the awareness, I think, is what made the difference. You're a very successful reversal process that you have stored, but I think you're an outlier. Again, I don't want others to get disappointed. Things can be reversed, but it's like an amazing success story. But is it possible that you are in a high lane and then the awareness set in? Is that possible?
You're very right. The results may, maybe slower for others. And I think you're right, that awareness. I got very scared I didn't have a big event, but with these numbers, diabetes and high blood pressure, I thought I was heading into a heart attack or a stroke, which was my trigger for making those changes.
Yeah, hence the importance of keeping your physician involved in this whole process. I think it'll be dangerous if suddenly somebody decided that he or she is going to stop all the medications and embark on this path. But instead he chose the path where there were people involved. He was monitoring himself on a regular basis. And it's a great success story.
Thank you.
I know we're strapped for time. Key messages, you've heard it repeatedly. MEDS, and the acronym of MEDS, meditation, exercise, diet, and sleep over medications. So MEDS, not medications. Raj emphasized support group. When you get on a program like this, it's important that you join others. And I don't know if, Sunit, do you feel your recovery from this kind of musculoskeletal problem can be helped along when you're part of a group rather than flying solo?
Yeah, in terms to push yourself and to bring the discipline, yes, you need to be around positive-minded people, but it's your own journey, and your pace should be your own pace. So when you're going for a walk or when you're healing yourself, it got to be solo initially. And then you need to find where do you match your pace. But typically the solo is the key message from my side, at least when you're healing yourself. But I have one question for the audience here. How many of you are actually runners? Okay, nice to see at least half a dozen or a dozen here. So hopefully that applies to you folks also in terms of improving your running space.
Great. Wonderful. I want to thank the audience for your attention. I know we're running short of time. This could be a whole weekend seminar. But, the idea is CWC wants us all to get back to normal. So we this whole program was initiated with the idea of taking care of wellness, chronic issues, so on and so forth, till it got derailed by COVID. The hope is we get back on track so that we all pay attention to preventing our problems in the future. So I want to thank Raj Shah and Sunit Randhawa for sharing their journey with all of us. Thanks again.
Hey, I welcome any follow-up dialogue. Come see me wherever you want. Thank you very much.
So thank you once again to Dr. Ramchandran for his really great presentation with these panelists. If you'd like to hear more about Health Hero Journeys, which are really inspiring and really motivate you to get out there and take control of your own wellness, we have several tracks available later today after lunch. So if you're interested, Health Heroes have their own track, so you can come and hear way more stories and much more interesting conversations with these health heroes.
Yeah, but now it's time for all of you to recharge yourself in a very different way. We started with the music, it was relaxing, we heard a lot of things, but now it's time to get up and dance. So, Kavin, do you dance?
I think I'm pretty good at dancing, but I'd like to ask the audience, show of hands, who thinks that they're a pretty good dancer? Yeah, let's get those hands up. Let's get those hands up.
Let's get the hands
okay.
up, get ready, because whether you know to dance or you don't know to dance, you are all going to dance, because let's give a round of applause and welcome Dimple Bindra and Gurdeep, who is going to get us a big... Okay, let us keep it as a surprise. Let them come onto the stage and you will see what is going to happen. But yeah, get ready. If you wear heels or something, just remove it and be ready for it.
Hello, hello, hello. Mic testing. 1, 2, 3. Good morning or afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. How's everyone doing today? All right. Let's cheer yourself up first. And I want everyone, those who have been sitting, and as you know, sitting is not good for you. Let's all please stand up. Everyone, let's all stand up. And I have something super special organized for this beautiful event. Are you guys having fun so far? Yes. Now the fun is gonna double up, okay? I promise. Yes? You guys are ready? All right, so please welcome the famous dhol player in the entire United States. His name is Mr. Gurdeep Hira. We need some room to dance, okay? Some room to dance. And all the dancers, please come up front. Everybody, all the dancers up front, please. Please don't crowd the space on the right. Let's move up. All right, just follow me. I'm going to do the simple steps. Just follow me. Ready? Let's go. Let's take your hands up. 2, 3, clap. No. Guess what? I have a singer in the house. Please welcome, all the way from India. This person has done concerts in Singapore, in UAE, in the United States, and now he's here. His name is Gabby Bull. Please give a big round of applause for Gabby Bull.
Hi guys, hope you all are enjoying here. It's my first time in ICC. Hope it's gonna be good. So we have very less time, so let's start. So, okay. लाल मेरी पट रखियो बला झूले लालन लाल मेरी लाल मेरी पट रखियो बला झूले लालन जिंदड़ी दा सेवन दा जिंदड़ी दा सेवन दा शाहवास कलंदर दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दम दम दे अंदर अली दा पहला नंबर है लाल मेरी है लाल मेरी तारे गिन गिन याद च तेरी मैं तां जाग रातां नू रोक ना पावां अखियां विचों गम दियां बरसातां नू ओ हो ओ हो ओ हो इश्क तेरा तड़पावे ओ हो इश्क तेरा तड़पावे ओ हो इश्क तेरा तड़पावे उड़े दिल बेफिक्रे उड़े दिल बेफिक्रे उड़े दिल बेफिक्रे अंगारों से निकले उड़े दिल बेफिक्रे हवा में झूमेंगे आसमां झूमेंगे हवा में झूमेंगे आसमां झूमेंगे तारों संग घूमेंगे तारों के संग लेंगे फेरे उड़े दिल बेफिक्रे उड़े दिल बेफिक्रे अंगारों से निकले उड़े दिल बेफिक्रे नशे से चढ़ गई है कुड़ी नशे से चढ़ गई पतंग सी लड़ गई है कुड़ी पतंग सी लड़ गई नशे से चढ़ गई है कुड़ी नशे से चढ़ गई पतंग सी लड़ गई है कुड़ी पतंग सी लड़ गई कैसे खींचे दिल के पेचे गले ही बढ़ गए है नशे से चढ़ गई है कुड़ी नशे से चढ़ गई नशे से चढ़ गई है कुड़ी नशे से चढ़ गई चढ़ के सारियां बेतबारियां दिल नू लाइयां की बीमारियां मुंडा मुंडे नाल पौंदा यारियां मुंडा मुंडे नाल पौंदा यारियां नू लियाउण दा का बुलाउण दा मां दा का भी उजड़ गया 1 2 3 4 मां दा लाडला बिगड़ गया 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 ओ गुड़ नालो इश्क मिठा ओए होए ओ गुड़ नालो इश्क मिठा ओए होए ओ रब्बा लग ना किसे नू जावे गुड़ नालो इश्क मिठा ओ गुड़ नालो इश्क मिठा ओए होए ओ गुड़ नालो इश्क मिठा ओए होए ओ रब्बा लग ना किसे नू जावे ओ गुड़ नालो इश्क मिठा गड्डे ते ना चढ़ दी गडीरे ते ना चढ़ दी गड्डे ते ना चढ़ दी गडीरे ते ना चढ़ दी पानिया दे टट्टू ते कप चढ़ दी बोलो तारा रारा बोलो तारा रारा पिंड च गलोण चढ़ दी बोलो तारा रारा हाय ओ रब्बा 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 मैं डर दी रब रब कर दी वे मैं डर दी रब रब मैं डर दी रब रब कर दी के लोकी कहने छुई मुई छुई मुई छुई मुई छुई मुई छुई मुई छुई मुई तुणक तुणक धंग तुणक तुणक धंग तुणक तुणक धंग दा 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 तुणक तुणक धंग तुणक तुणक धंग तुणक तुणक धंग दा 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 डोलना बजे तुम्बे वाली तार मेरे दिल दी पुकार आजा कर लिए प्यार डोलना सपने में मिलती है ओ कुड़ी मेरी सपने में मिलती है सपने में मिलती है ओ कुड़ी मेरी सपने में मिलती है सारा दिन घूंघटे में बंद गुड़िया सी सारा दिन घूंघटे में बंद गुड़िया सी पीछे पीछे चलती है सपने में मिलती है छैया 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 चल छैया 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 चल छैया 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 चल छैया 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 पाँव जन तो चले चल छैया छैया पाँव जन तो चले चल छैया सारे इश्क की छाँव चल छैया छैया पाँव जन तो चले चल छैया 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 चल छैया 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 हौले हौले हो जाएगा प्यार चलिया हौले हौले हो जाएगा प्यार हौले हौले हो जाएगा प्यार चलिया हौले हौले हो जाएगा प्यार हौले 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 हो जाएगा प्यार चलिया हौले हौले हो जाएगा प्यार इश्क़ दी गलियां तंग हैं शर्मो शर्मीली बंद हैं खुद से खुद की कैसी ये जंग है पल पल ये दिल घबराए पल पल ये दिल शर्माए कुछ कहता है और कुछ कर जाए So hope you guys are enjoying अरे सावन में लग गई आग दिल मेरा सावन में लग गई आग दिल मेरा सुने हसीना ओ जुल्फों वाली सुने हसीना ओ जुल्फों वाली आज ना सोया सारी रात दिल मेरा सावन में लग गई आग दिल मेरा गल मिठी मिठी बोल रस कानों विच घोल बजने दे ताशे ढोल मस्ती में तू भी डोल मंदे ने ना तू खोल दिल हुंदा है अनमोल यूं दौलत से ना तोल चाहत के मोती रोल आ सोनी तेनू चांद की मैं चूड़ी पहनावा तू करे जो इशारा ते मैं डोली ले आवा ओए अखां दे कटोरे सुरमा बटोरे लागी दे छिछोरे बड़ी हाई फाई दिल पे दराती तूने दे मारी खाए दिल गुलाटी पूछे वाए वाए चाय में डूबा बिस्किट हो गया मैं तो एमी 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 लुट 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 गया So now it's time for Dimple now she wants to sing another song for continue. Thank you so much. Thank you.
CWC, last song. Can I sing, Gabby Bull?
Yeah, sure, please, go ahead.
Are you guys gonna clap for me?
Yes,
Thank you.
hey!
All right, I want to sing with you, okay? गजरा मोहब्बत वाला अखियों ने ऐसा डाला गजरा मोहब्बत वाला अखियों ने ऐसा डाला गजरे ने ले ली मेरी जान हाय मैं तेरे कुर्बान दुनिया है मेरे पीछे लेकिन मैं तेरे पीछे दुनिया है मेरे पीछे लेकिन मैं तेरे पीछे अपना बना ले मेरी जान हाय मैं तेरे कुर्बान
Thank you so much. Enjoy your day. Thank you, Dimple Bindra and Gurdeep Hira Paji.
Thank you everybody. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Have fun.
Dimple, मैं तो आपकी कुर्बान हो गई. Thank you for a wonderful performance. Can we hear it one more time in a dance? Awesome. So, just keep up the spirit, okay? You're going to settle down, but in a very different way. To calm you down, to calm all the toll we have actually done to our body right now, we're going to have Dr. Naresh Bhatt.
Yeah, so Dr. Naresh Bhatt has been doing research for over 20 years on sitting disease. You might have heard his TED Talk in 2018 covering 2 years of COVID times. He's advanced his work using core exercises to combat sitting disease. He'll share the transformational tools solving sitting disease. So if you want to know more about sitting disease, look no further than Dr. Naresh Bhatt.
Yes, and if you he strongly believes in practicing than preaching. I'm sorry, I'm actually panting. But then he's going to calm us all down. So put your hands together for Dr. Naresh Bhatt. And you know what? He has some things in his bag, which is like you can find it at your home. So what is he going to do with those things? That's the experience you're going to have right now.
Definitely. It's going to be quite an amazing presentation from Dr. Bhatt. He's going to be sharing all of his nuggets of information. We hope that you all take them with you and carry them on for the rest of your time here. How are we liking the annual day event so far? Woo, yeah, it's really great. What's been everyone's favorite part so far? Shout it out. I heard everything, everything. That's the spirit. Any specific highlights? Dancing? Yeah, dancing's pretty fun. We have a pretty energetic segment coming up right now. So this is just the first of many, so stay tuned.
Didn't I tell you? See what all is coming out from his bag. Ooh. Nice.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
What do you think would this be?
Okay. Is the mic
How
on?
exciting.
Yes.
All right, let's give it up one more time for Dr. Naresh Bhatt.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here. I'm Naresh Bhatt. I'm lucky I'm here because 3 weeks ago I had critical COVID and I didn't know who I was. The COVID affected my brain. And for 3 days I was bedridden. We went to an Indian wedding and had a dance like this. And 20% of people who attended the wedding got COVID. And I decided now on, until COVID ends, I'm not going to attend any wedding unless it is my own. So this is the moment of transformation. By the way, I'm a seasoned speaker, professor. I never speak with any notes except because of the COVID relics, COVID remnants of the brain, normally I use a mind map, but today, if you don't mind, I would like to use my map. Okay, so that my brain will share what I want to share with you. First and foremost, the number one pain in this planet is what? Back pain. Back pain is the number one reason people are absent from work. And that back pain can be resolved, prevented, and healed by core muscle exercises. Seeing is believing, experiencing is truth, but manifestation is the fact, and that is me. I'm not selfie-taking by pulling my stomach back. It is abdominal bracing I want to teach you. And this is the teachable moment. I have 15 teachable minutes, but I want to share the teachable moment. And the teachable moment is the number one reason for back pain is back strain, and the number one reason for back strain is sitting disease. And, I was born in a pre-independent British India where my teacher used to say, if you do well, you're an ass. So I like to use the word ass, by the way. And so I want to share with you the abdominal bracing or core bracing is very simple. You need to know about your ass and your psoas. So what? Psoas is a muscle in the front and your ass. And if you use these two properly, you have learned your abdominal bracing. So what is it? Let me share it with you. You sit, most people don't know how to squat. you put your ass like a donkey, ass like this, and pick something with your ass in the back. No. You learn to squat, that is, squat, squat. Full squat, sitting all the way down, half squat, quarter squat, even the quarter counts. That is how you use your ass. How about how do you use your psoas? Very simple. One leg standing. One leg standing, the higher you raise, your psoas is activated. Because sitting contracts your psoas. Constipation is manifested through your ass here. The constipation in the mind is manifested in your psoas. So you have to release your psoas so that your mind also opens up. So what is it? What do I want to share with you? Is what is it, why, and how? What is core muscle? I brought some props to share it with you. By the way, this is what most people think the core is the six-pack. It is the six-pack. No, it is the front of the box. It is the box, only front of the box is not, no. You have the top, that is the diaphragm, base, that is the pelvic floor, and the obliques, and then erector spinae and so forth. And inside the box is a balloon. That the transversus abdominis that pulls it so that, and what you need to know is how to inflate that balloon, and that is the trick of abdominal bracing. The second prop is this. This is a soda can, right? The pressure inside the soda can, you can stand on it. Look, I'm standing on it. It is not breaking it. I showed it in my tennis court. I stood an empty soda can, step on it. Look what happens. So, abdominal bracing is the soda can pressure build up. Even 700-pound man can stand on it. And that is what abdominal bracing is. Easiest way to understand abdominal bracing is, if I could ask you, stand up, all of you, please, and find a partner, if it is permissible, COVID-wise, and then try to punch the person next to you. And when you try to punch the person next to you, the defense in your abdomen is, the perception of the abdominal bracing I want you to feel. You can do this experiment at home. Then you can counterpunch. And that is the gold standard of interoception or internal perception of your abdominal bracing. By the way, if you come from the belief system that abdominal exercises is strengthening the muscle, that is one fact. If you tell a child that the sun is rising and moving around the earth, the son will believe it. But the alternate fact is the earth is moving around the sun, not the sun is not moving around the earth. And that alternate fact is called science. And I'm going to share that science with you, and that is the abdominal bracing. I'm not faking for a selfie movie here, selfie talk here by pulling my stomach in. That is the wrong abdominal bracing, because that is only activating your transverse abdominis. Next is who. There are two people you need to know among who. By the way, all I am going to teach to you today is only 1, 2, punch. Only two things you need to remember. And what are the two people you need to know? One is Dr. Punjabi. There are lots of Punjabis in this world, but only one Punjabi I want you to remember. His name is Dr. Manohar Punjabi from Yale University. What did he say? What did he discover? He discovered for our benefit, for my benefit. I learned and learned to teach based on his discovery. What is it? That is abdominal bracing or core training or protecting your back is not strengthening your muscle. It's a neurocircuitry of relearning what? The bracing. As a child, you were born, you learned how to brace. A child gets up from here and squats and stands up. And you want to relearn it. That is why this is not transformation. It is a reformation after you are deformed. Why? You were born it like Lady Gaga sings. You were born that way, baby. So how? What did Dr. Punjabi say? Neurocircuitry is retrainable. How? Now, I came from the tennis playing on a soil court. You know, then I used to have the wrong grip. That was the continental grip. I wanted to change it to the semi-western grip so I can have a better top spin. What did I do? I went to doctor. I went to Vic Braden in Newport Beach, my wife and I. He said, you want 1 month to change your grip? Go home and track and learn. I will make you change in 1 day. Why? How? He made me hit 1,000 balls in 1 day. My grip was changed forever. So if you want to change your abdominal bracing, it is the number of repetition but not the number of days. Next, what you need to know is the engineer model. Engineer model. This is, is a black hole. You know why it's called black hole? Because it holds from the back. Now, the back hole, like a crane holder, is effective because it is stabilized in the center. It is anchored. Only 2 words you need to know. The authority I'm quoting is the doctor. His name is Stuart. He is from Waterloo University in Toronto. His name is Stuart. What's the eastern part of Canada called? Montreal. Yeah. So he is Stuart McGill. See, because of the COVID, my memory is still not quite there. I have to look at my notes. That is called Stuart McGill. He's an engineer and a doctor who came to this, who 45 years ago taught the simple principle that you use your back, you need to strengthen, or in other words, you retrain your abdominal bracing. Why? For 2 reasons. Proximal stability and distal mobility, that is everything we do in our life. And that is what you can learn. So having said all of it, anything that you have to do with exercise goes by FIT principle: frequency, intensity, time duration, and the type of exercise. The biggest problem we come across when we learn to teach it to our patients, whom we have taught thousands of them during the COVID times, and what is the biggest obstacle we found? Number 1, I don't have time to practice. Number 2, I forget, which exercise to do when. Simple thing, simple. Each item requires only 20 seconds. The muscles, as I mentioned, is surrounding like the soda can. The front muscle, the side muscle, and the back muscles. You can exercise these muscles by 3 ways: concentric, eccentric, and holding, which is called the isometric. That is dynamic and static. Isometric exercise. They did a double-blind study. How? They did the study. I have the reference, those of you who are curious. In the same person, half of the body, they did isokinetic, concentric, and eccentric training. On the other side, isometric training. The isometric training side beat in terms of strength, coordination, flexibility, and balance and everything. That is why isometric is contracting your muscle without moving the joint. That's what I am going to demonstrate to you. And choreography, choreography. When the coach or anybody teaches you, you have to do this, this, and this, and this, and then you go home and you forget. And very easy to remember. Remember, 1, 2, punch. You're going to learn 2 in lying down on your back, 2 lying as a prone, 2 on the side, like 3 sides of the coin. Did you know the coin has 3 sides? The head and the tail and the side, right? I'm going to demonstrate. Easy to remember. Next is sitting. And the third is standing. And again, 1, 2 punch on each. Let me demonstrate the lying first. Okay? By the way, if you want to do one exercise, only one, to train your core muscles, what is it? Anybody? What is it? Wrong. Sit up is wrong. Lying down, you're already lying down. What do you do next? What's that? No. That is a plank. Plank. Plank, plank, plank. That is plank. Why? It involves every muscle. People have done. You read men's magazine, women's magazine, 1 minute every hour of the 1 minute of plank every hour. In 2 weeks, the person is transformed. Proven time and again. Why? Because it is the muscle memory. It is not the strength you are looking on. It is the muscle memory. Muscle memory, like this memory, the short-term memory and long-term memory. If I tell you the 94523 is the zip code of Pleasant Hill, you will remember it for a few minutes, but if you repeat it, you will remember it for longer. Similarly, the muscle memory, to come and do this show, I did my muscle memory in the green room, holding me so that I can demonstrate my braced abdomen. I'm not faking it, that's the natural. Here's the dancer, okay? Dancers move a lot of ass. This is plank. Number 2, according to Dr. McGill, the most powerful, opposite, okay? Because opposite, that is a bird dog, very powerful. Dr. McGill's 3. So I showed you already my prone. Now how about on your back? Okay, lie down. And very simple, 1 leg up, 1 leg down, and then just raise your upper part of the body. Very powerful. That's called curl up. Third, on this side of the back is your standard bridge. By the way, very important to know, it is not. Hear me carefully. If your mind was wandering, bring it back to what I say right now. That's the teachable moment. What is it? It is not how long you do it. It is not. It is only the isometric contraction and holding it very tight. That is the transforming factor. How? Here is the reason why. The moment, now, those of you who have done weightlifting, have you heard of a 1 rep weightlifting? Anybody? That is, you do it so strong that only 1 rep is all you can lift. Your software in the brain can do 1 rep weightlifting by doing this and hold it as tight as your ass, as tight as, bracing it as tight as your, that is 1 rep. 20 seconds is all you need. So I showed you, so now the side sleep. Side, Dr. McGill's side is called side plank. And side plank like this. And now, when you're in the bed, you can do climb. Use your hand as your pillow, and then this lift it. That itself is working on your front ass called psoas, and your back ass called glutes. And now, I said that one. Now what about sitting? There is a chair here. When you're sitting there, all you have to do is activate your core. Sit there and just lift 1 foot and your abdominal core is activated. Sitting in a sofa, what do? Instead of sitting like this, activate your core. Look, invisibly I have activated my core. By the way, hybrid car, the one of you, if you have a hybrid car, you know, when you're idling in the car, it is charging as well. Did you know that? Similarly, once you have learned and you are bracing your belly like I am doing, every moment I am building my strength. Now standing. Standing, 1 leg standing. 1 leg standing has this. That is, stand on 1 leg, and then you go forward, sideward, backward, and turn around. And that's 1 leg standing. You can do anywhere privately. In the green room, that's what I did. Now, Soumya was asking me, be seated and relax. No, I said, I'm standing and relaxing. So that is that. Second is squat. Invisible squat, you can do anywhere because your core is engaged. Finally, I have to say this for you. There are 2 kinds of people, you know. People come for lecture like this. You know, if there is a sign in a lecture hall telling direct path to go to heaven, another was the path to go to a lecture that teaches you the steps to go to heaven. Lots of people went to the other path just in case they decide to go to heaven someday. But similarly, some of you have come here just to listen. And I have a gift for you. The gift I have is this. And how are we doing on time? Good?
Almost.
Almost, yeah. Everything is almost, you know, here. Now, this is the belt. This is an electronic belt. It adjusts to the pressure for your abdominal bracing as you want. And at least half of you, if you use the Cushy app, I'm pitching you up, okay? If you use the Cushy app, in 7 to 10 days, you are going to get this as a gift. And as a gift, and you're going to get, and more of you will get if you follow, but if you just came for the lecture to listen to go to heaven, you're not going to get it. By the way, those who have back pain, relief itself is heaven. Isn't that right? So you are going to get that by abdominal bracing. And so as a conclusion, I have to say, this is not a real gift. It's a virtual gift because you're building this bracing effect in your belly by repeating this exercise throughout the day. And each one of you, I wish, will win this gift. On that note, thank you very much.
Awesome. I mean, you were like a spring jumping, and I can't believe what you did. And I think we have to give him a standing ovation just for his energy and the way he is actually.
Francisco and has over 27 years of experience in the medical field. So without further ado, please welcome Dr. Chinnakotla.
Can you hear me?
Oh, my notes are here.
Hi, everyone. After Dr. Butt's talk, I don't know how much this will impress you, but I thought I can share some pearls with you as well. I can't see my slides, but I can say play, so you can tell me if I'm talking the same points or not. Yeah? No, I don't know. Oh, I can go, but I can't see them, though.
Okay, we can do it for you then.
Okay, thanks. So the first slide, right? Exercise is life. How many of you believe that? After all these lectures, right? And one of my patients told me, motion is lotion, right? So if you don't move, you lose. So you have to keep constantly moving. Standing up, sitting is, new disease, so hopefully you can stand up before our lunch. Okay, thank you. Yeah, just stand up. Stand on one leg, like Dr. Bhagat said, engage that core, right? Next slide, please. Okay, so you see that picture? That's been the life. I see that. When we say exercise, that's not exercise. I'm going for a walk with my dog. That's not what it's
like
That's what's supposed to be a laugh, though.
Yes,
okay.
please.
Okay, next slide, please. The doctor said you needed more activity, so I hide his TV remote 3 times a day, right? That should not be the case because your doctors always tell you keep moving. But it's up to us, our awareness and how we move, right? So you have to make sure that you take that time for yourself. You're just one person, right? Nobody can change you unless you change. Next slide, please. The statistics are very scary when you look at them, right? We talk about exercise, we learn about exercise, we know it's the right thing to do, but again, we fall into the same epidemiological numbers, right? Some 8% of the Americans or us do exercises on a regular basis. 30 to 50% of participate in some sort. Yeah, I do exercise sometimes, right? How many times you have heard that? I hear that from my mom too, okay? And a lot of them join a program, and after 10 weeks, 12 weeks, they drop out, and the dropout rate is pretty high, okay? So if you're participating in any exercise, try to be consistent, okay? Okay, next slide, please. This one, somehow the arrows are missing. If you can see, there is a trend on how our weight goes up and down. And now that Navaratri season, Diwali, festivals, Thanksgiving coming up, you can see a jump in the weight going up, right? People, not only the COVID-19 20 pounds weight gain, which you all have noticed for a lot of people, it's also our festival seasons and how we eat goes up and down. And we follow that trend and we go up and down. So we don't stay consistent, right? So if you see, November time, October time, the weight goes up. Then January, everybody is in the gym, everybody is eating right. Weight drops, then goes up, goes down. Okay? Next slide, please. And New Year. New Year is a very popular thing for every fitness center, every fitness classes for making sure we buy equipment, we are gym in the gym, but that's how we use our equipment at home, okay? So next slide, please. As you've noticed, right, this has been told many times already. 20 minutes of vigorous exercise or 30 minutes of moderate exercise is the key. If you do it every day, your 10,000 steps don't matter, right? I walk 10,000 steps, doesn't matter. You have to make sure you have an activity involved with that, okay? The next one is your strength training, okay? That's what I want to stretch upon. Your muscle is your platinum and gold, right? We buy a lot of gold, right? But your muscle is your platinum and gold. You lose your muscle every decade, 5 pounds. It's a lot of muscle, right? By the time you're 50, you keep losing and losing. That means you're not supporting your body anymore, okay? It's putting pressure on your bones. You lose the muscle and you lose your bones, so that's how you develop your arthritis or osteoporosis and all of this stuff. When you lift your weights, this is when you are really storing that muscle. After 35 pounds every decade, you keep losing and you replace it with fat. So we want to stop that. How do you do that? You got to pick up those weights. You have to lift those weights, okay? So aerobic activity is not only, it's not sufficient, basically, that's what I'm trying to say. You have to lift your weights. You're not going to become the hunky chunky. Women, we don't, because we don't have the testosterone, right? But we tone, we can burn more, right? So when I look at my tracker, I burn only 500, but by the end of the day, it's already 1,000 because you keep using that metabolic fuel you build up by building muscle. Next slide.
lot of times, this is my pet peeve, right? Every time somebody comes to exercise program, they're always looking at, I want to lose weight. That should not be your goal. Your goal should be, I want to be strong, okay? If you can see, all of us are doing our health journey just to stay healthy as we age, so we don't have illnesses and, you know, I shouldn't say die early, but yeah. So we want to be healthy, right? If you're seeing that, whoever is fit is actually living longer. It's not about the weight loss, okay? If you want to take away that, just keep moving. Think about your strength. Think about how much you can do by being strong, but not focus on that weight loss. Weight loss will come. It's a slow process. As you keep doing your fitness journey, it will come. Next slide, please. That's my favorite slide of all times, okay? It's like a marriage. You can't cheat on it and make it work. So you have to be consistent. You have to make sure you schedule yourself. You don't miss any appointments. You go to work on time, you have your meetings on time, you do everything on your doctor's appointment, you don't miss. But why do you take that step back for your fitness journey, right? If you have scheduled it, do it. That's your time, you spend it well. Next slide, please. Invest in yourself, okay? You are here to last longer than that expensive thing you own, okay? Now that I said, let's move a little bit. Yes? You're going to sing loud, yell along with me, go. Okay. I'm going to do low impact, right?
Guys, come on, do it. There is a raffle prize by Dr. Aruna for the best dancer out here. So come on, let's do it.
Just move your leg. Up and down for that break. Shake those hands. Shake those shoulders. There you go. That's it.
मौसम देख के रंग बदल ले पंछी सारे when they fly ड्रम शराबी लाल आंखें big गुलाबी sky दूध फटे तो सुई लेकर सी लेते हैं
Now live.
बोतल फटे तो चुल्लू से पी लेते हैं हम
That's your chord again.
दूध फटे तो सुई लेकर सी लेते हैं
And my time is up already? No, okay. Come on.
Yeah, we need to get this hooked up.
Okay, keep moving. Keep moving. Yeah, you don't. Turn your hands, right? Every move has a reason.
दूध फटे तो सुई लेकर सी लेते हैं बोतल फटे तो चुल्लू से पी लेते हैं
You're working your traps, your stress muscle, right? There you go.
सुई लेकर सी लेते हैं काली काली आंखों वाली सांवली सी लड़की भोली भाली बावरी सी लड़की सारा गांव नंगे पांव घूमा करती है वो गोली गोली प्यारी सी लड़की पैरों के निशान है गुलाबी आसमां पर रेनबो के मकां पर वही कहीं सोती है वो सांवली सी लड़की तारों के जहां पर
Oh, you're playing from the beginning again.
ड्रम शराबी लाल आंखें big गुलाबी sky
Oh. hear you. Oh. Next song, please. Can we go to the next song? I want to make sure we eat, right? Okay, one more song.
Doctor is offering a gift card of $50 for the person who's going to dance well and sing
That's not my song. That's not my song, but we're gonna do it.
तो अगर चाहे तो धूप में बारिश हो फूल खिल जाए जो तेरी फरमाइश
Again.
आजा नच ले वे 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 तू भी नच ले वे तू भी नच ले वे
That's called impromptu dancing.
तेरे ही गीत गाए तू चाहे तो सितारे तेरे रास्ते सजाए
Use those arms.
जितने भी आसमां है तेरे
Raise that chord. You heard that many times.
नच ले वे 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 तू भी 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 नच ले वे
Roll those arms. Back. Turn that hip. Hip mobility.
तेरे लिए यहाँ पे है कुछ भी नहीं नामुमकिन वो जीना क्या जीना जो के हो मस्ती के बिन अभी नच ले वे नच ले वे नच ले वे नच ले वे नच ले वे
Sit up.
तू भी नच ले वे तू चाहे तो हवाएं तेरे ही गीत गाए तू चाहे तो सितारे तेरे रास्ते सजाए जितने भी आसमां है तेरे आगे सर झुकाए आजा नच ले वे नच ले वे नच ले वे नच ले वे
Hip.
तू भी नच ले वे तू भी नच ले वे
That's it. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
I suppose she already saw who did the best dance. That's why I went and stood next to her. I'm not joking, but we actually have a raffle, and I'm going to take one, I think. That's why I was trying to show her my face. But anyways, the next segment is going to be super interesting because after all the tiring thing, what is that one thing which you all would like to see or fill yourself with? Food? Yeah, and there is somebody going to be there who's going to talk to you about the dietary supplement. Okay, I'm sorry, we have just one mic.
So up next, we have a very great nutrition presentation, which is really close to me because I'm actually studying nutrition, doing my master's in nutrition right now. So I'm really excited to hear more about everything that Dr. Alan Goldhammer is going to present to us about how food can be used as medicine. So without further ado, thank you so much to Dr. Alan Goldhammer for being here with us today.
So we need to bring a table up here.
Okay, we'll get that for you.
Okay. Well, you tell me. Is that got on, does it project onto your screen? So it's right now it says the problem.
Oh, you have a mic.
Yeah.
I'll move this little bit here. Yeah.
Okay. What does that say?
There's a problem.
Excellent. Okay. So there is a problem, and you've heard about it already some this morning. That's that 3/4 of people in industrialized countries are overweight or obese. And because they have too much fat on their body, and in particular visceral fat, the visceral fat produces inflammatory products that's responsible for causing cardiovascular disease, diabetes, autoimmune diseases, and many forms of cancer. The reason why we have this problem is because we consume too many calories. And the reason we produce too many calories and produce this visceral fat is because we're eating highly processed foods that contain chemicals that have been added to the food that artificially stimulate dopamine in our brain. And dopamine is the neurochemical that's associated with pleasure. So the more dopamine, the more pleasure. The more dopamine, the better food tastes. That's what tasting good means in food, is that the chemical composition that you're putting in your mouth will efficiently stimulate dopamine production. The chemicals that we add to the food to stimulate dopamine production are sugar, oil, and salt. Sugar, oil, and salt are not food. They are hyperconcentrated byproducts of food that are added to food to stimulate dopamine production in your brain, to make foods taste good. The result of using these chemicals in our feed is the reason why we're overweight. If you take these chemicals and put it into the feed of rats, they'll gain 49% of their body weight in 60 days. If you give it to birds, they'll get so fat they can't fly. It's not psychology that they're getting overweight. It's not because mommy bird didn't love them enough or daddy bird loved them too much. It's because of biology. If you overstimulate the neurochemistry in the brain, the animal, or in our case, the human, will overconsume calories. That's what's happening. That's why 3/4 of people are now overweight or obese. It's called the pleasure trap. Also, the title of our book, The Pleasure Trap. So, if we understand what the problem is, it's not surprising for us to learn that 93% of all the calories that are consumed by people in industrialized countries come from either pleasure trap chemicals like oil, salt, sugar, or animal foods, meat, fish, fowl, eggs, and dairy products. Only 7% of calories come from fruits and vegetables. They're essentially the decoration on the plate. They don't even make a statistically significant percentage of the calories of many people eating in industrialized societies. This is how people, for most of our history, ate. Things that looked like that. This is what people are eating in society today. And I want you to look really carefully. Do you notice any difference? Can you tell the difference between traditional diets and the modern diets? So what's the solution? Well, first we need to focus on the things that actually matter: diet, sleep, and exercise. So we advocate eating an exclusively whole plant food diet, so whole plant foods, and avoid the chemicals, the salt, oil, and sugar. That would be essentially a vegan, SOS-free diet. We also suggest that you can limit your feeding window by not eating 3 to 4 hours before you go to sleep, and perhaps delaying breakfast till you have a chance to do some vigorous exercise in the morning. You can give yourself a chance to fast every day for 16 hours and feed over an 8-hour window. That limited feeding window is thought to help people avoid some of the overeating and avoid the calories that they might consume at night that more easily converts to fat. So a whole plant food diet would include things like fruits and vegetables, grains, legumes, nuts, and seeds. A whole plant food, SOS-free diet. SOS, of course, is the international symbol of danger, and it stands for the chemicals that we add to food: the salt, the oil, and the sugar. Some people say, well, why would salt make you fat? There's no calories in salt, it's just sodium chloride. The problem with salt is that it stimulates what's called passive overeating. So if you think about if you eat your fill, say, of rice or whatever, you eat a certain amount and then you feel full, you feel satiated. But if everything else being equal, you take that same rice but salt it up, you'll eat more before you feel satisfied. And people say, yeah, because it tastes better. Well, yeah, it tastes better because the salt stimulates more dopamine production in the brain. It's a drug-like effect. And so as a consequence, people that eat heavily salted foods will, on average, eat more than people that eat the same foods without the extra salt. So by stimulating passive overeating, even though the food itself may be okay, it can still fool you into over-consuming. So what if you're caught in the pleasure trap? You're addicted to the artificial stimulation of dopamine in your brain. Now, we know some examples of that, like alcoholism. If you drink alcohol, you drink enough of it, you can become addicted. So you're drinking not just to feel good, but to avoid feeling very bad, which is the hallmark of addiction. The same thing with cocaine and other drugs. Well, what I'm telling you is that these chemicals that we put in our feed act very much on the same neurochemical pathways as the other types of drugs that we've been discussing, like alcohol, et cetera. And so if you want to escape that, you can tell somebody, well, look, stop eating that, or eat less. But it doesn't work for you. Do you tell your alcoholic friends, oh, you know, your life sucks because you're a drunk, so quit drinking? And do they go, oh, it's the alcohol. I had no idea. Thank you so much. I just won't drink anymore. Or do they struggle with it? They struggle with it just like even if you understand what's causing the obesity and the visceral fat production and the diseases that are being caused by that, it's not easy to just say no. It's not easy to quit. There are things you can do that make it easier, and one of those things is fasting. And so I want to talk a little bit about fasting because that's what we do at the True North Health Centers. We have a medically supervised water-only fasting facility where patients can come, they're under direct medical supervision, and they can go through fasting for periods anywhere from a few days to many weeks, up to 40 days. And fasting, as we define it, is the complete abstinence of all substances except water in an environment of complete rest. It's not for everybody. Some people are not appropriate candidates for fasting. The way you tell is through medical history, physical exam, and appropriate laboratory testing. And the reason you do that is not just to rule out people that shouldn't fast, but to also provide important information necessary to monitoring fasting people safely. We know this can be done safely. I'll be sharing some safety study with you, but also because we've done it for 40 years, we've had 21,000 people, and so far everybody that's walked in has walked out, and we're trying to keep it that way. It's not surprising that conditions that respond best to fasting are the conditions caused by dietary excess. So obesity, including visceral fat, elevated blood pressures, blood sugar levels as in diabetes, lymphoma, and other types of cancer, GI imbalances, autoimmune diseases, and dependence toxicity. Smoking, for example, you know, people quit smoking when they're fasting. By the second or third day, there's no cravings for nicotine. Now, some people say, yeah, they're so miserable fasting they don't even think about smoking, but that's not really the case. The fact is that it rapidly facilitates the detoxification pathways. Some things that are not good candidates for fasting include, obviously, pregnancy and lactation. If you're lactating and you've tried to do a prolonged fast, you're going to lose milk production. Anorexia nervosa, type 1 diabetics that don't make enough insulin because their islet cells have been destroyed because they were exposed to cow milk as a kid, et cetera. Recent stroke, myocardial infarction, PE, DVT, things that would have you on anticoagulant therapy, for example. You wouldn't just arbitrarily discontinue anticoagulant therapy because you could end up with a stroke. And so those conditions, you wouldn't use water-only fasting because you can't fast on most medications. When you're on active medications, you have to first be carefully weaned off those medications before fasting would be safe because drugs can be greatly potentiated. If you had severe kidney disease, you probably wouldn't want to fast because the kidneys are the main detoxifying organ of the body necessary to process the blood and eliminate those toxins in the urine. That's what urine is the byproducts of the blood being filtered by the kidneys. If your kidney disease was too severe, you may not be able to handle the rapid detoxification that occurs in fasting. People that have genetic defects like MCAD, medium-chain acetylcoenzyme A dehydrogenase deficiency, they wouldn't be able to fast because they can't break down fatty acids. If you had deficiency, depletion, cachexia, or as I said, if you couldn't safely get off your medications, water fasting wouldn't be for you. And if you can't rest, you shouldn't fast. People say, well, why not exercise when you're fasting? Wouldn't you lose more weight? And the answer is yes, you'd lose more weight, but it wouldn't be more fat. It would be more protein. You'd have to force gluconeogenesis, which would break down, you can only get from your protein breakdown. When you water fast, as we'll learn in just a few minutes, you primarily are burning fat and preferentially visceral fat. If you're too active, that wouldn't work. So the fasting, as I said, ranges from 2 to 40 days. We don't go over 40 days routinely. Average fasts are 1 to 3 weeks, depending on the condition, the reserves of the patient. Sometimes people have to do several fasts. So what about this? Is it really safe? Can you take a person and give them nothing but distilled water only for 40 days? Is that actually safe? Well, to answer that, we did a fasting safety study. And this was published in 2018, a chart review of adverse events during medically supervised water-only fasting, using the common terminology criteria from adverse events from the American Cancer Society. We took every patient, every symptom, every day, and identified every adverse event that occurred. They were graded 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 is mild. This includes things like, headache and low back pain. 2, moderate, might be rashes or nausea. Grade 3 would be more medically significant. That might be something like a blood pressure, where systolic blood pressure rises over 160. 4 would be something that, if not addressed, could be potentially life-threatening, like hyponatremia or some depletion of some critical issue. And number 5 is the easiest to evaluate, and that's death. So you can only get one category 5 event, although you could have multiple other events. In our fasting patients, over 5 years, there were 5,949 adverse events. But you'll notice most of these are category 1 or 2 events, which are the normal symptoms you expect to see in fasting: the low back pain, the headaches, the detoxifying symptoms. There were 310 more significant events. Those were mostly hypertensive events, where any time a blood pressure goes over 160, it's considered an adverse event. And so you might say, well, why would you have hypertensive crises in a fast if fasting is supposed to be good for treating hypertension? So the way it works is, if you start off and your blood pressure is 220 over 120, capped out on 5 medications, and the next day your blood pressure is 200, and the next day it's 190, and the next day it's 180, every one of those days is an adverse event, even though you're clearly improving. So it's an arbitrary standard independent of causation. And in fact, most of our category 3 events are just hypertensive patients whose blood pressure is normalizing. There's actually only one category 4 event, and that was a hyponatremic event. A person's sodium went too low. It wasn't a problem, easily fixed. It's just that if you weren't monitoring it, it could have become more serious. So the conclusions of this study, the first study done on water-only fasting in human beings that's been published in a peer-reviewed journal, was the majority of events were mild to moderate. The majority of events are known to occur during fasting. There's no significant increase with aging. Up until this paper was published, no IRB or Human Subject Committee would approve fasting in really old people, like over 65. How many of you are over 65? Yeah, you're too old. Until this study, where we found that whether you're 65 or 75, it doesn't really make any difference in terms of... Old is good. So, turns out age isn't a limiting factor for fasting, and according to this study, the protocol that's used at the True North Health Center is safe. In fact, Walter Longo, who's a researcher from USC who's been publishing a lot of work on particularly intermittent fasting, wrote a book on fasting. He said, don't do long-term fasting. It's too dangerous, with one caveat. He said, if you do it at the True North Health Center. So since I evaluate other researchers' intelligence based on how much they agree with me, that makes Walter Longo a genius. Okay, so we published a paper with our colleagues at the Mayo Clinic. This was water-only fasting in the treatment of stage 1 and 2 hypertension. It was a safety and feasibility study. We did the same thing. We took the same standards and we applied it to this particular prospective group of 30 subjects that had hypertension. And there were 30 subjects. You can see their age, sex, fasting length averages. And we used the same safety standards. And we found out there were 315 adverse events in those 30 subjects. Most of them were category 1. There was 44 category 2, 9 category 3, again, hypertensive events. None of them lasted more than a day. No category 4, no category 5 events. So these numbers pretty much correlated the previous studies. We showed that fasting has known effects that happen, but not adverse events. This is a list of all the different things that happen to people in fasting, ranging from nausea to presyncope to alterations in electrolytes and headache. Fasting isn't always fun, but it turns out if people have really good outcomes, they forgive us for whatever discomfort they go through in the process of fasting. So in this study, the adverse events, 8 participants had 1 participant had 2, 8 were hypertensive events, none of them lasted more than a day. Usually this is just people whose blood pressure comes up, particularly as they're coming off medication. One was a lower white count without consequence. Interesting, antihypertensive medications. At 6 weeks follow-up, 26 of the 30 subjects were unmedicated. There was one person that required medication, but at half the dose they started at. And I'm excited to say that we now have 1 year follow-up data. This was 6-week follow-up data, but we have 1 year follow-up data. And the majority of those patients were still able to have maintained their weight and be medication-free. So it's not only possible to get well in a controlled setting, but it's possible to stay well even free living at least a year later. The conclusion of this paper was that 28 of the 30 were successfully completed the full study, no category 4 or 5 events, clinically significant reductions in blood pressure and medication use at 6-week follow-up, markers of cardiovascular disease were reduced during treatment and at follow-up. We did all kinds of exotic blood tests and looked at all kinds of inflammatory markers and whatnot, and again, each one of those had statistically significant results. This was just a second paper. This had 38 subjects. In this study, we did some additional testing using what's called a DEXA scanner. And the DEXA scanner allows you to do whole body composition. Because people say, you lose weight on a fast. What is that weight? Well, we found out that that weight consists of protein, water, fiber, glycogen stores, and fat, and in particular, visceral fat, the type of fat that you really shouldn't be having much of that's associated with disease. And we said, well, what happens to people when they fast? And what we found in this study with 38 subjects, fasting length averaged 14 days, that they lost weight and they were able to maintain that weight loss at 6-week follow-up. The bars here represent baseline, end of fast, and follow-up. So they lost a bunch of weight and they maintained weight loss after fasting. Their fat went down, but their muscle tissue actually did not. In other words, they lost some muscle mass while they were fasting and regained it during refeeding. Interestingly enough, the lean mass of the individuals at baseline versus after 6-week follow-up after fasting, there was a higher lean mass after fasting than there was before baseline. And there was no change in bone mass. So the bone density was maintained despite the fact that you'd suspect there could be a concern with the resting that's done during fasting. Visceral fat was preferentially mobilized. And so the conclusion of this study was that clinical markers of cardiovascular disease were all significantly reduced at follow-up. That included cholesterol levels, HOMO-IR, fatty liver index. All of these markers of disease were improved and sustained at 6 weeks. This is an example of a DEXA scanner. Here's an individual that underwent 15 days of fasting. You'll notice the magenta line on the screen there represents the lean tissue. That goes down, as does the black line, which is fat. But the magenta line comes back up with refeeding. In other words, you replenish your water, glycogen, fiber, and protein. But the fat continues to go down. And the ratio of visceral fat to adipose tissue was almost 3-to-1. So the body was preferentially mobilizing this damaging visceral fat during fasting. So here's a different graph of the same individual. So you see they lost 12% of their body weight, they lost 18% of their total fat on their body, but they lost 54% of their visceral fat within a 2-week fast. 4% of lean tissue, but that lean tissue was replenished by 6 weeks after fasting. So we can now put to rest a lot of the old wives' tales that, oh, you lose weight and you gain it back, there's no change. No, you're literally transforming the configuration of your body. High blood pressure, which is one of the leading contributing causes of death and disability in the United States. It contributes to congestive heart failure, to strokes. It's one of the most common problems people have. In fact, 40% of people over 25 are now hypertensive. 40% of people over 20, and 63% of people over 60 have high blood pressure in the United States. So if you reach 60 and you're not hypertensive, you're actually abnormal. You don't want to be normal. You want to be healthy, and healthy people don't have obesity or hypertension. But blood pressure is big business. It's worth 55 million office visits to physicians. It's a leading justification for prescription medications. But the majority of people that have heart attacks and strokes don't have blood pressure high enough to justify the very real risks of blood pressure medication. For example, if you have blood pressure of 138/88, they won't give you medication unless you have end-organ target disease, because more people would die taking the medications than would benefit from the reduction in stroke that occurs with blood pressure meds. You have to have a pretty high level of hypertension to justify the risk of medications. That's why they don't just put it in the public water supply. With 63% of people over 60 having hypertension, you see they'd want to give it to everybody. For every point you reduce your blood pressure by diet and exercise, not by drugs, you reduce your all-cause mortality risk approximately 1%, and that risk probably goes down to 90 over 60. So even a person at 120 over 80, which is considered normal, may benefit from having their systolic and diastolic blood pressures dropped further. That's how we manage blood pressure, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 medications. And the one thing about medications is you will be promised by your doctor that if you do exactly what you're told, you will never get well. They will promise you you will be sick for the rest of your life and you'll be on medications forever. Because medications cannot deal with the actual reason you're hypertensive. All they can do is try to push the sodium out or dilate the vessels or strengthen the heart contraction, work on things to lower the numbers without actually dealing with the cause. What does work on lowering blood pressure is weight loss. The more fat you have, particularly visceral fat, the higher your pressure tends to be. Vegetarian high-fiber diets, independent of weight loss, will reduce blood pressure, as will not drinking. Alcohol is not health food. And even moderate drinking, 2 drinks a week are enough to increase measurably, certainly hypertension, but even things like breast cancer and other problems. Alcohol is not healthy. Exercise will lower blood pressure, and so will medications. But remember, with medications, the drop, which averages about 12 points, comes with side effects like chronic cough, fatigue, impotence, and maybe death. Salt restriction, if it's done aggressively, is more effective than medication. Combination that John McDougall did there was helpful until we did a study with T. Colin Campbell where we combined fasting and a whole plant food SOS-free diet and have the largest effects that have ever been shown in the scientific literature in treating high blood pressure. In a paper we published, Medically Supervised Water-Only Fasting in the Treatment of Hypertension. Average effect size, 60 points in stage 3 hypertension. And more moderate levels of hypertension responded appropriately. We published a second paper, Medically Supervised Water-Only Fasting in the Treatment of Borderline Hypertension. So people that had elevated blood pressure, putting them at risk, but not high enough to justify the risk of medication, and they responded appropriately. This was 68 subjects. All subjects ended up with normal pressure, and 82% of them had actually pressure below 120 over 80. At one point, we were approached by the International Union of Operating Engineers, California's most powerful labor union. They asked us to offer a program of fasting for their members, and we did. We took the first 30 consecutive members that they submitted, and we did a study. They dropped an average of 26 pounds during a 3-week fast, dropped their blood pressure to 30 over 11. At follow-up, they had maintained much of the results, and the union saved more money in the first year than the entire cost of the program. And as a consequence, we went on for over a decade working with this labor union, treating diabetes and hypertension in their members. So what's actually going on in fasting? How is it possible that the leading causes of death and disability are better treated by doing essentially nothing than doing all the aggressive and expensive intervention that's being offered? Well, obviously, what percentage of people do you think lose weight when they water-only fast? Yeah, that sounds quacky, doesn't it? 100% effective, but it's true, because the laws of physics and thermodynamics tell you if you don't eat, you're going to lose weight, and average weight loss is 1 pound a day. And now we know during fasting, a preferential portion of that is visceral fat. There's a natriuretic effect that occurs in fasting that's more powerful than taking, say, hydrochlorothiazide or something. Natriuretic means you're getting rid of the excess salt that's accumulated because you've eaten too much of it and the body's had to sequester it. You get rid of that salt, the blood volume goes down, the blood pressure goes down, congestive heart failure starts to resolve, the non-healing wounds start to heal. Detoxification, are people really toxic? Turns out they are. If you do a fat biopsy, you find there's PCB, dioxin, pesticide residues, mercury, heavy metal contamination of all kinds. Those toxins got there largely because people choose to eat animal foods, meat, fish, fowl, and dairy products, biologically accumulate these poisons, and when you eat them, you get their entire lifetime accumulation. So a calorie of animal food could have anywhere from 2 to 1,000 times the concentration a calorie of plant foods would. When you go on a fast, you rapidly mobilize and detoxify these materials. It's not always pleasant. Sometimes your mouth will coat up and taste like something crawled in there and died. You may get skin elimination discharge from the mucous membranes. It can be a rather, what I consider, entertaining process, but nonetheless, not always pleasant for the participant. Enzymes are induced to do this detoxification process as well as to do things like mobilize fat through lipolysis, etc. And those enzyme systems don't just happen while you're fasting, they persist after fasting. It's just like being an athlete. Every time you exercise, you get better at glycogenolysis because you induce enzyme systems for mobilizing glycogen stores. When you fast, Every time you fast, you induce detoxifying enzyme systems that persist and accumulate. And that may be why intermittent fasting, we talked about earlier, where you limit your feeding window to 8 hours and fast for 16 hours every day, even that little bit of fasting may have an effect on these enzyme systems that persist. And the more you do, the better you get at detoxification. Insulin is a hormone that drives sugar from the bloodstream into the cells where it's needed. If it doesn't work, you get what's called diabetes. Diabetes is not a question of not making enough insulin. Adult diabetics make more insulin. It just doesn't work because of insulin resistance. What causes insulin resistance? The diet that makes you fat. Overeating causes insulin resistance. Insulin resistance is what results in diabetes. Fasting and exercise reduce insulin resistance and can normalize it. So that's why 80% of our type 2 diabetics are able to achieve normal blood sugar without the use of medications. The gut is a tunnel from your mouth to your rectum. Digestion is shoving stuff in one hole and eventually trying to push it out the other hole. But just because you shoved it in this hole in your mouth doesn't mean it's in your body. It's not. It's going through your body. It's going through a tunnel in your body. It doesn't get in the body unless it gets absorbed through the intestinal mucosa, a very fine mesh that's so small that even a protein molecule is too big to get through it. It has to be broken down to amino acids to be absorbed. Unless something damages your mucosal membrane to allow things to get through it. It's like a screen with a fly. The fly can't get through if the hole is too small. But if something damages the screen, then the flies can get through and you could get what's called gut leakage, where you absorb protein molecules that you shouldn't be absorbing. Could be a bacteria, it could be other molecules. The immune system will react to it, which is great, and get rid of it. But if you keep doing it in genetically vulnerable people, the immune system can become compromised and attack your own tissues. It's called autoimmune disease. Rheumatoid arthritis, ulcerative colitis, ankylosing spondylitis, asthma, eczema, psoriasis, etc. This condition very commonly is aggravated by gut leakage, proteins getting in that disrupt the immune system. In fasting, you can reverse this process by reducing the inflammation that's associated with this inflammatory process. You recognize it with smoking. Can you tell which is the smoker? Yeah, the wrinkles. Wrinkles are cross-linked collagen tissues that comes from the free radicals from smoking. So if you smoke, you can expect to have the body bathed in free radicals. It's not just the face that gets wrinkled, it's the whole body, the inside of the vessels. In fact, from my viewpoint, that saves 80% of smokers from getting lung cancer. Did you know only 20% of smokers get lung cancer? Right. So that must mean the smoking is protecting the other 80%, right? Yeah. How does it protect people from getting lung cancer? By killing them from heart disease before they live long enough to grow the tumors. If you die at 50 from a heart attack and you don't live to be 70 where you can live long enough to grow your lung cancer, did it save you? The fasting also normalizes the sympathetic tone. The autonomic nervous system in its two parts, the parasympathetic and sympathetic, have to be in balance. If they're not in balance, you have pain or problems. We have hundreds of healing systems like yoga, meditation, biofeedback, chiropractic manipulation. All of these things have one thing in common. They work by trying to balance out the autonomic nervous system. One of the most effective ways of rebooting the autonomic nervous system is fasting. It's like rebooting the hard drive in a computer. You know, you're using your computer, it doesn't work. You don't know. You turn it off, you turn it on, whatever. Now it works. Well, the same thing with fasting. Fasting shuts down a lot of these biochemical mechanisms, and when you turn it back on, lo and behold, many things are normalized. Psychospiritually, do the Jews and the Jains, the Hindus, the Muslims, and the Christians agree on everything? Or sometimes they're killing each other in the street over their disagreements. So I'll tell you one thing they all have in common, and that's a tradition about fasting. Fasting is recognized by all major religions for its role both in psycho-spiritual as well as physical. The immune system, which is a big part of preventing you from getting sick and dying prematurely, is enhanced during fasting. In fact, autophagy, Yoshinori Ishimi won the Nobel Prize in Medicine in 2016 for his work on autophagy. Autophagy, self-eating. It's how the body gets rid of cancer cells before they grow into tumors. It's how the body gets rid of aging cells. It's an important part of rejuvenescence and delaying the aging process. It may be why if you take rats and you periodically fast them, you double their lifespan. They live twice as long. And in part of that's because of the fasting induction of autophagy. Taste neuroadaptation. Fasting changes the way things taste. We knew that clinically, and we proved it because we did a study. It was published in Curious, the Journal of Medical Science, potential effects of prolonged water-only fasting on a whole plant food diet on salty and sweet taste sensitivity and perceived liking of food. So we did hedonic response to food. What we found was after fasting, good foods tasted good. and the desire for the extreme salty, fatty, sugary foods was reduced, which may be why we're able to show long-term follow-up on patients after fasting. They're more able to make these diet and lifestyle choices. The conclusion of this study was increased salty and sweet taste sensitivity, decreased liking of sweet, salty foods and fatty foods, decreased consumption, and on 1 year of follow-ups, there was increased fruit and vegetable and fiber consumption in those subjects that had undergone fasting. So I told you about the International Union of Operating Engineers, our very first union contract. And the very first member they sent us of those 30 in that study was a gentleman who was, blood pressure was 220/120, capped out on 5 meds. He was obese and had both diabetes and hypertension. And when he showed up at the facility, we found out they had told him about the program, but they had failed to tell him one thing, what the program consisted of. So he showed up at our place thinking he was going to get, what, another drug. And instead he found he was in a facility that focuses on diet and fasting. He wasn't too happy. This is what he ate. This is the diet that he ate, triple cheeseburgers. But you notice there's that green stuff on there in the picture? He would take that off and throw that away because he didn't like lettuce. So, you know, I'm interviewing him, and he says he's in the wrong place. I'm saying he's not in the wrong place. I got his name on the list. And he says, well, I'm not sick. And I said, you are sick. You're diabetic. You're hypertensive. You're going to die. And you know what he said? He said, well, don't we all die? I mean, that's a valid point. I said, yeah, but you're on $850 a month worth of medications that you won't need if we get you healthy. And he said, what do I care? I don't pay for my drugs. The union does. At this point, I realized this is not my normal self-selected, highly motivated True North Health patient. And I'm not sure what to do with him, but I don't want to strike out. This is the first patient they sent over, and I'm thinking, okay, what do I know about males that are diabetic and hypertensive that are overweight? Yeah, and so I said, you know, if we get you off all those drugs and get that keg off your belly, we might be able to do something about your little problem. So he stands up, and I'm thinking I'm in trouble because he's a big guy. And he says, why the hell didn't you just say so? So anyway, we're going to check him in. You know, he's been eating triple cheeseburgers. So I'm telling you, you got to eat some real food before you start fasting, because otherwise that's going to become a problem. And I don't want to have to deal with it. So we gave him some food, and he's trying to eat the food, but he can't swallow the food. He's like, and I'm thinking, oh my God, he must have a tumor. I said, it looks like you're having trouble with the food. He said, what food? He said, this is not food. He said, this is disgusting. And if I have to eat stuff like this, I'd rather just die. He said, why don't you go out to my truck and you get my 12 gauge? And when I'm not looking, just shoot me in the head. So we checked him in. He fasted 26 days. He lost 50 pounds, normalized his blood pressure and blood sugar. By the time we're done fasting, we're giving him the same food, but now he's eating the food. And when I sat down with him, I said, it looks like you're doing better with the food. He said, Jared, your damn chef's finally getting the hang of it. Took me 20 minutes to convince him it was the same food. Because he said, the stuff you gave me when I came in here was disgusting. He said, this is not bad. Taste neuroadaptation. This guy wouldn't have complied for a day, even a meal, had we not had a chance to neuroadapt him through fasting. Here's one you can see. This was a case of psoriasis, plaque psoriasis. This is a really debilitating condition. Medical management is limited, but here's the patient before, after fasting, initial fasting, this is 14 days, and then at follow-up. Can you tell the difference? And of course, it continues to improve. This was a study we did with the Mayo Clinic, prolonged refeeding, cardiometabolic markers, did a bunch of exotic markers, and not surprisingly, they came good. This paper, effective water-only fasting in healthy individuals. This was exciting. We just got this. This hasn't been published yet, but we just got the data back. We said, what happens in healthy people? So sick people get all these great changes. What if you take a healthy person and they use, say, a week of fasting preventatively? What happens? Well, it turns out that not only can healthy people benefit from fasting, but the magnitude of those changes in some cases was actually higher in healthy people than it even was in sick people. And so we're going to be doing a more detailed and more extensive study on this, but we believe that may be where fasting has its greatest benefit, is taking healthy people and using it for a short period of time as a preventative measure. These were just some of the statistical changes that occurred. I don't think we have time to get into all of that today. But the conclusions were that fasting helps healthy and sick people. This is a quote from 2015 Journal of Metabolism. Again, Walter Longo, I talked about him before. Combination of fasting and chemotherapy results in dramatically higher cancer-free survival than chemotherapy alone. And what they found was that differential stress sensitization, they had 30 rats with cancer, and they gave enough chemotherapy to the rats to kill all the cancer cells, but then all the rats died. Then they took the same genetically bred rats, 30 cells, same cancer, but they fasted those rats before and after the chemotherapy. Not only did all 30 rats survive treatment, but it dramatically enhanced cancer-free survival. And so what happened is it turns out the fasting makes cancer cells more vulnerable to chemotherapy, and that fasting helps protect healthy cells from the damage. If you have any questions about fasting, we offer a no-cost service for you. You can go onto our website, healthpromoting.com, complete the registration forms, and I'll talk to you on the phone about whether any of this is relevant to you, try to answer any questions that you have. And so that's a service that's available to you if you want to take advantage of that. Also, we have all of our studies freely available. You can go to our nonprofits, fasting.org. All of our studies are freely available. You can get access to all that material. Thank you very much for your attention and having me come.
Thank you, Dr. Allen. That was amazing to know so many things about food, which we were all understanding very wrongly about diet and things like that. I call upon Dr. Naren Bakshi, Chairman of Board and Founding Trustee, Crack the Wellness Code for Wellness Movement.
Just 1 second. He has to leave, but before he leaves, I need to tell you something. I have experienced at his center 22 days. My wife and I were there 6, 7 years ago, and he has been a consistent supporter for us. So let's give him a big hand. Please give him a standing ovation. He deserves it. Standing ovation, please. Dr. Goldhammer has driven all the way from Santa Rosa this morning, and I want to apologize that we got delayed. But thank you. And what I want to say is, when I went there, I was amazed just to meet 120 other people that were going through this kind of journey. And there were all kinds of people. Very inspiring. So Dr. Goldhammer, one thing he did tell me, he reminded me after he came here first time, Mr. Bakshi, what you're trying to do is harder than what I'm doing today. I was shocked why he said it. Do you know what he said? I want to remind you. He said, by the time people come to my center, they're motivated. By the time they come to my center today at least, they're motivated. Your job is harder because people who should be coming, they're not coming. How do you motivate them? So thank you, please. I really appreciate it.
So I hope that you all had a very refreshing food session, right? Yeah, and now it's time for lunch. We're breaking for lunch. But before that, we would like to let you know that please come back at 2 o'clock, after your lunch, because we have various other stuffs happening.
Exactly. So right now, afterwards, so I can see that a lot of you have already started your lunch, which is fine, but we're going to take a 30-minute break. Please come back here at around 2 o'clock, 2:15, and make sure that the cards that you filled out earlier, you submit them to someone on our staff so that we can get that information to know which track that you're interested in, and then you'll also be able to be eligible for our raffle to get a prize.
Yes, and the raffle bag. Do you want to see how the bag looks or what is inside that? Are you excited? Do you want to see? Yeah? Okay, give me a minute.
So do we
Another quick announcement about the cards. If you leave them on the table, we'll have someone collect them. So it's okay. If you've written your name and which track that you're interested in, just leave them on the table and then we will collect them. Thank you.
Yeah, and so as people are asking, so the thing is, after 2 o'clock, we have a session which is going to happen here. It's a very, very fun session. So I'm telling you, just don't miss it. Eat your lunch fast, grab everything, and come back. Because after that is when we'll break out into all the breakout rooms and we are having various tracks happening.
Yes, exactly. So at 2 o'clock, all of our tracks will start happening. So keep a lookout, take a look at the agenda, ask us if you don't know where to go. We have several different topics, one for youth, one for women, one for seniors. We have ones related to cancer and all sorts of different topics. Our health heroes, like we mentioned before.
Yeah, so yeah, 2 o'clock, come back here. There is a laughter yoga which is going to happen. So something very different. So you've heard music, you've heard dance. Now it's time to laugh after you have a good set of amazing food. So come back, attend the session, and then we break out into the rooms. And as I promised, I'll just show you what is there in this goodie bag. There's a lot of goodies. So all nurturing goodies, like
things related to your wellness.
Yeah.
So we have a variety of teas here. So for example, this tea is called Organic Energized Kapha Tea.
And then there is a calm tea. Oh wow. Okay. So and then there is a
couple of other teas.
Worry-free tea. Worry-free tea. I think we all have to have this. Okay, this is amazing.
And then we also have some Mysore sandal incense.
And then, oh wow, neem hand sanitizer. Ooh. Okay, so all of this is there available, and for this you'll have to, as I said, please download our Kushi app, come back, attend the tracks, and in the end we'll do the raffle, and we'll be presenting these bags to everybody. Plus we also have the gift cards by Dr. Aruna, and many more, I think, right? Yeah, there are many more raffles. So yeah, come back as soon as possible.
We will see you after the break. Thank you.